guys. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, Carla. I'm so glad to see you all this morning, and of course, my eye is itching as always because I've got a wonky eye that wants to water and itch all the time. I don't know why. Hi, I'm Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are doing the Betty Broderick trial, y'all. This woman was cray cray. Totally cray cray. So I was just watching, I didn't get to finish it, but I was watching the Oprah Winfrey interview that she did, which was between the two trials. So the first trial was a hung jury. The second trial, she was convicted, and that is the trial that we're watching. She was first up for parole in 2010, and it was denied. The second parole, I forgot when the second parole was. 2024, maybe? I don't remember, but anyways, so she's been up for parole twice, been denied twice. Her next parole is 2032, I think. But like I always say, y'all, what do I always say? She's not going to get it unless she admits to the crime. And even though she did it, it wasn't her fault. Dan drove her to it because of the way she was treated. And if you listen to Oprah Winfrey, she does not take any responsibility. They drove me to it. And it was like, well, why couldn't you just get on with your life? What life? I had no life. They wouldn't let me have a life. So yesterday, I was like, she was making like he was paying her like 5 figures a month. And Judy said she got a lump sum of 10,000 and 9,000 a month. Well, that was voluntary before the divorce settlement was court ordered. That was what he was paying voluntarily, was 9,000 a month. The court judgment was $16,000 a month. So it was 5 figures after the court intervened. And I lost my train of thought. I don't remember what I was going to say. Anyway. So, oh. So, she was a threat to them, yet she was constantly saying they were a threat to her. So in the interviews and stuff, she felt threatened by them. Yet he was paying the child support, paying the alimony, everything, like the selling of the properties and splitting it, like everything the court told him to do, he was doing. There was one house that she didn't want to be sold, and they wanted like 325,000 for it, and she was like, no, I want $1 million for it. If I don't get $1 million, I'm not selling. And it was the only property that had her name on it with his. All the other property was just in his name. So of course he was a lawyer, so he was able to find some type of a loophole. It was something like, if the reason for withholding permission is unreasonable, then the other owner can go ahead and sell it. So he went ahead and sold it without her permission. So then, then it becomes, oh, poor me, he sold my house, my only possession that I had that had my name on it. So she just like, poor me, I'm the victim. Her kids testified that their dad never laid a hand on her. I also watched the movie A Woman Scorned, which is on YouTube. So you can watch it free on YouTube. And then there was a second movie that I don't think I had seen it before. Um, and it's about the trials. And it is really, really good. I didn't get a chance to finish it. So, it's really good too. Judith Ivy plays um, Wells, the prosecutor. Um, and it's really good. It shows the first trial and that it was a hung jury. And basically, what Betty Broderick did, and this is why I think it was Carla yesterday that was saying how it was all over the news. Well, the reason it was all over the news was because Betty Broderick called the news. She got a PR firm to take her case, to make it news, to make it headline news. And because of that, everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people were on her side. There were groups that formed that was on her side. I mean, I imagine it was kind of like Karen Reed, only not in that big of a scale because some people did think she was guilty. But a lot of people took her side because she had everybody convinced that she was a battered woman and he treated her badly and controlled everything that she did. And but I think that it was a toxic marriage. Like, I think on both sides, because he was a workaholic. So like, he in one, and I don't know if this was dramatization for the movie or not, but in one scene he had the boys in the backyard with the Boy Scout troop, and then he gets like a work call, and he goes to take the work call and he never came back. And then Betty's out in the backyard with the Boy Scout troop telling them ghost stories and stuff around a campfire in the backyard. So, and then she got mad because he never came back and she locked the bedroom door and he had to sleep on the couch that night. Now, I don't know if that was dramatization or if it was true. And that seems something small to me. I mean, he's a lawyer and she liked having the money, and that's how you get the money, is by working. So, to me that doesn't seem, and that's what she signed up for, and she knew that. Like, even in the Oprah Winfrey interview, she said she was fine with being the person that stayed home and did all the kid things. That's what she'd always wanted to do. So it didn't bother her that he was always at work. So in her, what she tells people is that the marriage was great and everything was fine until Linda Kolkena came along, and then he started having an affair. So, um, but the movie portrays it kind of like a toxic marriage, and I think it probably was, but I think she was probably the instigator. I think it probably got toxic because of her behavior. Um, but I don't know for sure. We'll never know for sure because he's not here to defend himself. But um, Linda wanted him to wear a bulletproof vest at their wedding ceremony. That's how scared these people were of her. And he didn't want to, but they did hire guards. So they had bodyguards at their wedding. And his friends and colleagues wanted him to hire guards to stay at the house all the time. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to live that way. But he should have, because look what happened. So, and this man, restraining orders after restraining orders, and in and out of court trying to get this woman to leave him alone, and she just wouldn't. And so this is another case where the law failed him, because if they had been able to enforce, well, they did enforce the restraining orders. Like, she kept going to jail, but then she got right back out and went right back to his house. So it's just very, very sad. And the biggest victims, and I mean, aside from the unalived people, the biggest victims are the kids. Um, and I keep seeing where Kate, who is the oldest. Wait, no, not Kate. She's Kate in the movie. Her real name's Kim. Um, that she was taken out of Dan's will because she um supported her mom, but she testified against her mom. So I guess she got subpoenaed and had no choice. Because he took her out of the will. Okay, there she is. Donald Adelson's trial is supposed to start this afternoon sometime. So, okay, so we saw Brian Forbes, which was a friend of theirs, and I missed the beginning of his testimony yesterday because I was dealing with one of the dogs. In the movie, this is the guy that found them. He broke into the house. In the movie, she actually called a friend and said, "I finally did it. I shot the bastard." um, and so like friends started calling friends, and then him and um some other friend went to the house and broke in and found them. Um, and I don't think that's exactly the way it happened, but I missed the part because I was doing something with the dogs. I think one of the friends went to his house and said, "We need to go check on Dan," or something. I don't know. Because I missed that part. I was going to rewatch it, but then I got busy watching other stuff last night and didn't rewatch it. So that was yesterday's only witness that we watched because StreamYard was not playing nice with Court TV, and I had it. I was done. So now we're witness number 2, which is law enforcement. Adjust that mic up just a little. And I cleaned my cache and my cookies and all that before I turned the computer off last night. So maybe.
There you go, thank you.
And also, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Dominic Vallely, Vallale.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sir, how are you?
Police officer with the city of San Diego.
How long have you been working in that capacity?
About 2 years now.
Here, November 59, being on patrol with your partner, Lisa Cook.
Yes.
And at that time and that date, did you receive a radio call to respond to a possible homicide at 1041 Cypress
Yes, I
in
did.
the city and county of San Diego?
Y'all, I hate this website so much.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed?
Police officer with the city of San Diego.
How long have you been working in that capacity?
About 2 years now.
Do you recall back in November 5th of 1989 at approximately 7:30 in the morning, which was a Sunday, being on patrol with your partner, Lisa Cook?
Yes.
And at that time and that date, did you receive a radio call to respond to San Diego?
Yes, I did.
Is that in the Marsden Hills neighborhood of Hillcrest?
Yes, it is.
And did you and your partner, Lisa Cook, then arrive at the scene?
Yes, we did.
You're both in the same patrol car?
Yes.
When you got there, what did you see?
There were two men coming out of the front door of the house, and one of them asked us to call an ambulance.
Do you recall the names of these two men?
I believe it was Brian Forbes and Bradley Wright.
Did you happen to recognize Mr. Forbes as one of the gentlemen leaving the courtroom as you came in?
Yes, I did.
And you recall what specifically Mr. Forbes or Mr. Wright told you when you approached them?
That's the first thing I said was call an ambulance. There's two people up in the bedroom that had been shot.
Do you recall which of them said that?
No, I don't remember.
And what did you do in response to that?
We asked them to show us where the bodies were.
And did they?
Yes, they did.
Tell us how that happened.
We walked into the house, went upstairs, and went into the upstairs master bedroom. And after we had found the bodies, we asked the two men to leave.
When you first entered the master bedroom and the upstairs of the residence, what did you see?
I saw a female laying on the edge of the bed and a white male laying on the side of the bed.
What were there to observe them to be?
They were dead.
How did you find that out?
I went and checked their pulse on both the victims.
And where do you do that on the bodies?
On both of them, I checked the pulse in the carotid artery in the neck.
And what did that indicate to you?
There was no pulse. Both bodies were cold.
Did you move the positions of either body as you checked on the carotid arteries of both of them?
No, I didn't.
What did you and Officer Cook do next?
We then checked the rest of the house for any other victims or possible suspects. And that we didn't find anything else in the house.
In your check, did you or Officer Cook move anything or disturb anything in the house?
No, we didn't.
Did you touch any windows or window shades?
No.
The doors of any shape?
To open doors, we touched doorknobs. Other than that, no.
After you made this search, what did you do at the scene?
We then closed up the house. We went outside and didn't allow anybody else in until the homicide unit arrived.
That would have been Homicide Team 6?
I don't remember which team it was.
That would have been a number of detectives that's attached to the Homicide Squad?
Yes.
And until they arrived, is it fair to say you allowed nobody to go in or out of the house?
Yes, that's correct.
And while you were making your search, Mr. Forbes and Mr. Wright were outside the residence?
Yes, they were.
And you didn't observe them to touch anything inside the residence, did you?
No, I didn't see them touch anything.
I will show you what has been already marked as People's Exhibit 4. Are you familiar with what's in those two photographs labeled A and B?
Yes, those are the two bodies that were in the upstairs master bedroom.
And is this a representation as to both of these photographs of the position and condition of first came into the master bedroom with Forbes and Mr. Wright?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Questions,
Officer, you remember one of the people telling you to call an ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
Did either one of them tell you that people were dead up there?
No.
So you knew someone was hurt, but you had no idea that people were dead, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who led you upstairs?
Both the gentlemen that were outside.
Okay, did you follow where to go?
We followed them upstairs.
Okay. Did they appear to be upset?
Yes, they did.
Okay, were they running upstairs?
Yes.
And during that, you checked the bodies and believed that the people were dead. Were the two people still in the house?
They weren't.
Okay. When did they leave?
After we arrived upstairs in the bedroom, I asked them both to wait outside.
Okay, so as soon as you arrived, you asked them to go outside.
Yes.
Did you check any other people in the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you check the house to see if there was any break-in?
I was more concerned about other people. I really didn't check break-ins.
Okay. Did you check for any weapons? Or was it just people that you were?
Just people that I was looking for.
Okay, so you wanted to make sure there was nothing that presented a danger to you or anyone else, and then you were going to secure the scene.
Yes, sir.
And so I take it that you did not do any investigation other than just to search various rooms in the house, just make a quick check of the house, make sure there was no one there.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Was your partner, do you know what your partner was doing while you were checking the people?
She was standing right there beside me.
When you say that people were coming out the front door, were they already out the door when you were pulling up, or had they already, or were they just opening the door and coming out?
From what I remember, the door was already open and they were walking out of the door.
Did you find any pets at the house?
I don't remember any pets, no.
No further questions.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mayor. This witness is excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Burkoff.
No objections.
Thank you very much. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
And officer, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Terrence DeGelder, D-E-G-E-L-D-E-R.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Can you tell us what you do for a living,
I'm a police officer with the city of San Diego.
and what particularly do you do with the San Diego Police Department?
Right now, I'm in charge of the Northern Area Beach Team, a sergeant.
As a supervisorial position?
Yes,
Prior to being a sergeant, were you a homicide detective in, say, November of 1989?
yes, I was.
At that time, how long had you been a homicide detective?
Approximately a year.
And overall, how long have you been a police officer?
Been a police officer 18 years.
Calling your attention, Sergeant DeGelder, back to November 5th, 1989. Do you recall approximately 8:15 on that day receiving a call to respond to a double homicide at 1041 Cypress Street in the city and county of San Diego?
Yes, I do.
And did you go to that area?
Yes.
What was the weather condition when you were en route?
It was a cloudless day, about 70 degrees. Streets were dry.
And you arrived at approximately 8:45 that morning?
Yes,
Were you at that time part of a homicide team 6?
yes, I was.
Tell us about the homicide team concept.
Well, each homicide team is, when we get dispatched to a homicide, we divide up the work. Some officers will, detectives will interview witnesses, suspects, and
And that being the Dan and Linda Broderick residence at 1041 Cypress?
yes,
Now, I take it Team 6 was the homicide team that relieved Officers Cook and Belaley, who were securing the scene at that point?
yes.
And when you arrived, what in particular did you do?
I went to meet my sergeant, Jerry Calloway, and the two patrol officers that were dispatched to the scene.
And at that point, were you briefed briefly, I guess, on what had happened?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I entered the crime scene with my sergeant. Went up upstairs and took a look around and then came back out.
Did you enter the master bedroom at the top of the stairs?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see there?
There were two people apparently shot to death. One was on the bed and one was on the floor.
Now, are you aware of a videotape of the Dan and Linda Broderick residence being made approximately 2 weeks after the homicides?
Yes.
And does this videotape accurately and fairly show the condition of the residence as it was when you entered on November 5th, 1989?
Yes.
Are there any changes in the videotape compared to what you saw when you entered the residence on November 5th?
Well, of course, it doesn't show the bodies, and some items of evidence are missing.
So the scene was essentially cleaned up before the video was taken?
Yes.
Now, I think with the court's permission, we can roll the video at this point. Certainly, go ahead. Thank you.
I don't think this is going to leave us in the dark, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant DeGoller, could you come off of your seat here? I'm going to start the video, and you can just narrate. You need a pointer. Here's a pointer. The jury, if you can stand to the side so all the members of the jury panel can see that. We'll start this up.
Technical difficulties, Your Honor.
Why don't you show it or tell us what's being shown at this point?
This is the front of the house, 1041 Cypress. The driveway going down. This house is the north.
And all the jury members see.
Front door. Right there. This is Cypress Street up there. This is the driveway on the west side. Back door on the south side. Leads into the kitchen. This door there is just a room right off the kitchen. That's the view of the front door. It's the stairs. It's a landing on top of the stairs here. The window faces south. This door here leads into the master bedroom. That door there leads to an off little patio, outside patio. That's their bed.
Is that the position of the bed as it occupied that room when you first viewed the bodies on November 5th, 1989?
Yes. This down the hallway, north hallway. Room here, which is just like a TV room. That's on the other side of the master bedroom. And there's a TV room. You go right here, through this door, you're back into the master bedroom. Entertainment center, TV and stereo with that. And this is the door going out of the master bedroom back in the hallway, up the stairs. And down the stairs to the front door again. The left, this way is the dining room, the right door, living room.
Thank you. Why don't you resume the seat, please?
Should we just take this out of the courtroom? That's fine.
Now, Sergeant DeGelder, is it fair to say that part of your job as a homicide detective at the scene to supervise and direct the photographing of the scene?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Tell us how it is that you go about photographing the homicide scene.
Well, we start at the outside of the house, and the evidence technician takes overall photographs of the outside, and then we work our way inside, photographing inside the house, and then up to the bedroom, and then we photograph everything in the actual crime scene.
And when you're doing this photograph before anything is touched?
Yes.
I have a poster board with 3 8x10 photographs depicting the interior shot.
Okay, well, it did great while the camera was off, so I guess we're leaving the camera off. Sorry, guys.
might be better.
Okay.
Down here. You don't mind standing for a while, do you? Okay. Can you tell us what A on People's Exhibit 5 depicts?
This is a hallway on top of the stairs, and it leads to that TV room I mentioned in the video off to the right. And this is the landing, and the door to the master bedroom. So
Can you point where that would be?
here.
Large photograph on the
Yes.
right-hand side as you look at it. Now, what about photograph B? What does that depict?
Well, this is the view that you would get when you walk through this door. This is the TV room. Or the master bedroom.
And when you say this door, for the record, you're pointing to photograph A and the door that's next to these lights that are on in the hallway.
Yeah.
Here I have a single 9 by 11 color photograph of an interior shot of a residence. I like that. Marked People's Exhibit 6.
Yes, they're so marked.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 6. Familiar with that particular shot?
Yes.
What is that?
This is here on photograph B that leads into the master bedroom.
Okay. What about on People's 5, photograph C?
This would be the view when you enter from the TV room into the master bedroom. This would be that view.
And tell us about the windows that are shown in that particular photograph.
These windows are on the south wall. Facing south.
Now, looking at the condition of the shades and the curtains, were those the condition of the shades and curtains when you first came into the master bedroom that morning of the homicide?
Yes.
Were they in the same position as they are shown in photograph C?
Yes.
Are all these photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the 1045 Cypress homicide scene when you were there on the 5th of November?
Yes.
This is what happens when you have too many photographs together.
Hey, Jill.
this is already labeled People's Exhibit 3, man, that's why I couldn't find it. I had another number on it. But are you familiar with what's depicted in those two photographs? Yes. And starting with the top one, photograph A, why don't you tell us about that?
This is the entrance to the master bedroom, right at the top of the stairs. And that door there. This is the beauty of
And B would be a view as you enter the master bedroom from the door that would be at the top of the stairs.
Yes.
Could you move a little bit? I think we'll have some Jersey and some problems. Now tell us about the windows that you see in both of these pictures.
Well, this is the door that leads out to that small outside patio.
And the condition of the window shades and curtains, well, there are none in that particular view. The exact condition of the window at that point?
Yes.
When you came in on November 5th?
Yes.
Now, you identify for the People's Exhibit 1, photograph D. Are you familiar with that depiction?
Yes.
And can you, using, let's say, this black marker, circle the two south-facing windows of the master bedroom that Dan and Linda Broderick occupied?
Photograph D.
And did you also make an inspection of the exterior of the residence for any signs of forced entry?
Yes.
And what did your search reveal?
Well, we found there was forced entry at this window here, depicted in photograph D, circled in red here. And that's the window we were reading that Brian Forbes entered initially.
Did you find any other evidence of forced entry besides that particular window?
No.
Did you recover any bullets from the homicide scene?
Yes.
Where were those bullets recovered?
One in the on a landing outside the bedroom. We found one in a night. We found one beneath Dan Broderick's body. One underneath Linda Broderick's.
Four, is this the condition of the bodies when you viewed them when you first came upon the bedroom on November 5th?
Yes.
Viewed the bodies and took the photographs that you then removed the bedclothes from the bodies?
After the bodies are removed, yes.
Prior to the bodies being moved or afterwards?
After.
Was there a time before the bodies were removed that you took the bedclothes off of them?
Yes.
Does this show the position of the bodies after the bedclothes were removed, but prior to the bodies themselves being moved in any respect?
That's correct.
Could you move back just a little bit so the jurors can see that? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the position of the bodies before they were moved in any respect, but after the bedclothes were taken off of them?
Yes.
For the record, that's one photograph.
I'm sorry, you're right. Yes, that's 1/8 by 10. Thank you. Did you then Anderson took the 8 of it? The record, I have a poster board containing 8 by 10 photographs. that mark equals 8. 8.
Are you familiar with the items that are depicted in People's Exhibit 8?
Yes. And does this show the position of various items of evidence prior to them being moved and processed into evidence?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation as to all 8 photographs of the possession of the various items that you seized and processed into? Provided bulletin jurors. Where those bullets were found.
Sure. Here's the first one that went through the wall of the bedroom and up in the on the landing. That's picture 3. And the second bullet that was covered was picture G on the bed.
Was that on the bottom sheet that you're talking about?
Yes.
Did you, at some period of time afterwards, as you were processing the scene, remove the top sheet of the
Okay, all I did was put up a content warning. Next trial of the past is not being done off of this website. We're doing it off of YouTube.
beneath the top sheet?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was there in the
Furrow in the mattress pad.
Was that at the body near that furrow?
Yes.
Now, what about the bullet that was a bullet?
Pardon?
The bullet that was below Dan that was recovered.
That was right here. Depicted in picture D. It was found underneath his body when we lifted his body up.
One,
There's a better picture here of it in C. It's hard to see, but it's right here.
for the record, you're pointing to a black placard, number 3 in the picture, and to the right side of that placard, just adjacent to the placard that's depicted in photograph C. Is that correct, sir? Could you point it out one more time so we can see it?
Right here.
Okay. Now, the bullet that was found under Linda, how was that discovered?
When we lifted her body off the mattress, we found it underneath.
And what about the bullet found under Dan?
Same, we didn't discover it until his body was actually lifted off the...
Where, to the best of your recollection, was the bullet recovered under Dan's body?
Well, it would be, he was laying on his left side, so it was hidden from view. We lifted the body up and we can see it.
And did you, when
Upper
you
chest,
I'm sorry.
by the upper chest area.
when you rolled Dan's body over, did you notice any wound in the front of his body?
Yes, he had a I noticed one wound in his back, and he had another wound up in the right chest.
Can you tell us how close or far in proximity from this wound in his, you said upper chest,
Yes.
was the bullet recovered?
Just within inches of the wound.
You know whether or not the bullet was still in the wound at that point?
No. Before we lifted him up?
Yes.
No.
Now the other bullet, the last bullet, the bullet that was found in the nightstand, is that shown anywhere?
Yes, that's depicted in picture E. You can see where the nightstand is split. Well, the bullet entered the corner of the nightstand and ended up itself.
Here I have a single light with appears to be an 8 by 9 by 14 photograph showing a nightstand. People's 9.
Still marked.
Show you now People's 9. Is that another view, a close-up view of the nightstand?
Sure.
And can you show us where the bullet was lodged?
It entered right here in the corner and split the wood and went through to approximately here. 4 inches, 5 inches into the nightstand.
Get back to the police department.
Yes.
And at some later time, did you remove the bullet from the nightstand?
Yes.
Now moving on to various pools and stains of blood that are the 8, I believe. Let's look up at exhibit or photo H. Tell us what that shows.
This is the photograph of the bed. Linda Broderick's body was found on this side.
Can you move back a little bit because we have some jurors in that court.
The body was found on this side of the bed.
And what's depicted there that you saw once you removed the bodies
What did I see where?
in terms of blood stains and people's age?
These blood stains?
Yes.
Yes, I saw those. The ones I killed.
What about photo F? People's age.
And there's blood stains here on the sheet. And of the bed.
And I take it the photo F in people's age shows the bedclothes as they've been rolled back now to reveal the bodies.
That's correct. Okay, this is blood stains that were directly underneath Linda Broderick's body.
And that shows the condition of the blood stains on the left side of the bed facing the headboard after Linda's body was removed.
That's correct.
And photo D, people's age. What does that show?
This is blood that was would be directly in front of his face when he was laying down. This is a white, frothy right here that was by his nose and his mouth.
Now, photo D shows a certain amount of bloody froth as you described. Is that a fairly accurate depiction of the amount of bloody foam and froth when you first came upon the bodies that morning?
Well, the blood part is pretty much the same, but this frothy, it was a bubble froth, and the bubbles had popped, and this had gone down considerable than when we first got to the scene.
If you feel comfortable doing so, can you tell us percentage-wise how much more of the foam was present over what's shown in photograph D there? when you first arrived, looked at it?
Let's see, 10 to 20%.
Now, did you happen to know the telephone that was disconnected and in the hallway area when you...
Yeah, photograph A depicts the telephone that was in the living area right outside the master bedroom.
Now, again, showing you an already marked peoples to calling your attention to photograph A in that particular exhibit. Is there another view of the telephone?
Yes, here's the telephone here. And here's the entrance to the master bedroom.
On both of those photographs of the telephone, do they both fairly initially, the telephone, when you first came upon it, when you entered the suspect's address the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Any further investigation to find out what
We went to back into the bedroom and the entertainment center.
Your Honor, I have two photographs showing the interior of the bedroom labeled A and B. I got labeled equals 10. So on. Now showing equals 10. Can you tell us which photograph A shows?
Sure, this is the entertainment center next to the bed. And we discovered the ripped phone line behind it.
Can you point to that to the jurors?
Depicted in picture B, here's the actual phone line, and it goes to the outlet, which is in the wall behind the entertainment center.
Did you have to move the entertainment center since they're small to reveal what's shown in the photograph?
Yes.
How much of it and what?
Well, we moved it away from
Now, did you process the telephone into evidence along with the other items that you removed? The severed end of the phone cord, did you do that as well that was found near the jack?
Yes.
Sorry, guys. StreamYard muted me again. I'm fixing it. Don't go anywhere.
Item number 1, and the address and the case number is written on the bag.
Now, you just removed a telephone, irene color with a lot of black, grayish powder on it, and a silver cord that's been severed at one end, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the telephone that you seized at 1041 Cypress on November 5th?
Yes.
And is this the condition the telephone was in when it was seized?
Well, aside from the black powder is a fingerprint powder.
Is that routine to do once you seize an item of evidence of that nature?
Yes, we tested for prints after season.
What about the condition of the torn cord? Did it appear when you seized it? I have a small manila envelope that contains a portion of a telephone cord, ripped at one end, and with a telephone cord jack at the other end. I'd like to label People's Exhibit 12. There you so are. Thank you. I'll hand you People's Exhibit 12. Can you open? It's already been opened. Can you get your fingers in there and take out whatever's in that envelope? What is that, sir, that you've removed?
This is the telephone cord we removed from behind the entertainment center in the master bedroom.
The one that's been depicted in the photographs you've shown the jury?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you put it back in the envelope? And before you do that, is it in the same condition it was when you took it from first after behind the entertainment center?
Yes, it is.
Dadgummit. Strained. Strain. Do it right. It's right there in your name. StreamYard. Stream. That means with sound, too. 'Cause it's no good without the sound.
A lead projectile like those marked People's Exhibits 13, 14, 15, and 16. There you so marked. Thank you.
I'll now show you these 4 mil envelopes, equals 13 through 16. Why don't we before we do that, why don't we reassemble exhibit 11 there and put that back in the bag. Are you familiar with those particular envelopes?
Yes.
And starting off with 13, what is that, sir?
Okay, this is a bullet that was found on in the landing area. We determined it had passed through the wall of the bedroom.
For the record, did you remove from Equals 13 the envelope, the spent bullet?
Yes. Number 14 was found in the mother bedroom. This is the one that was found underneath. Can't see it. Found underneath Dan Broderick's body when we removed it. And 15, the bullet that was found underneath Linda Broderick's body when we removed her body. We found this one underneath her body. And number 16, the bullet that was embedded in the nightstand.
Now, did you also see bedclothes that were on the bed?
Yes.
What were the items that you seized?
The bottom sheet and the mattress pad.
Is that the pad that had the furrow in it where the bullet was found?
Yes.
And you processed those into evidence as well?
Yes.
Now, were there any holes found in any of the bedclothes that you seized?
Yes, both the sheets had holes in them.
What about the blanket?
I believe it did.
And other than the furrow in the mattress pad, was there any other deformity to it?
Not that I can recall.
Your Honor, I have a paper bag containing what occurs to me. Paper bag containing a white sheet. That the another paper bag containing exhibit 19. It is so marked. Thank you.
it.
People's Exhibit 18.
Okay, this is a sheet with red stains that was found on the bed with an apparent hole in it.
People's Exhibit 19.
Okay, this is also a sheet with apparent hole in it taken from the bed.
Well, is it fair to say one of these sheets would be the sheet that would cover you if you were lying in bed, and the other sheet would be the sheet that would be...
Y'all, I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. So, jury selection in the Donald Adelson trial is not done yet, but it's supposed to be done this morning, and opening statements are supposed to be done this afternoon. And then tomorrow will be, I guess, first full day of testimony. So, we're doing this morning. We are doing this, StreamYard. I don't care what you say. We're doing this morning. And then we're going to watch that this afternoon.
I have a paper bag containing a keychain with a teddy bear as a fob on that keychain. I like that. Part 2 was Exhibit 20. So I'll hand you the bag now. Label People's Exhibit 20 here. I'll take some of those off your here.
The counter will fold down to give you more room if you want.
I've got lots of them. Right. Can you withdraw the contents of People's Exhibit 20, please?
This is a keychain that was given to me by the prosecutor to take back to the residence at 10.1 site. Any door of the house. Yes.
Did you at some date later than November 5th go back to the residence with the keys and exterior? How many exterior doors are we talking about?
Well, downstairs or let's see.
That you can access the house from the ground level.
I know there were French doors leading off the living room to the outside. There was a door from the study, but I'm not sure if they all had outside locks. But at the time, I checked all the doors that did have locks with this keychain and could not find any of them, any key to work on any of the doors.
Using every one of the keys on the keychain that you have in front of you.
Yes.
In the room that is just off the kitchen in the downstairs of Dan Leonard Broderick household, did you find item of evidence there that you...
Yes. Of the Broderick.
Unusual portrait.
It was a slash through Dan Broderick's face.
I have a framed family portrait with frame, and I'd like that marked People's Exhibit 21. one?
We so Mark.
You stay where you are. I'll just hold this up. I'll show you the portrait labeled People Exhibit 20. Is this the portrait that you saw in that room next to the kitchen?
Yeah.
And can you point out the slash you were talking about? Of the very on Daniel Broderick's face?
Yes.
Think about it for a minute. She had to take the picture off the wall, take it out of the frame, put a slash through Dan's face, put it back in the frame, and then hang it back on the wall. She went through all that just to put a slash through his face and leave it there. Put it back on the wall as a reminder that they used to be a quote-unquote happy family. Why didn't she just take it down completely? Or cut him out of the picture completely? Like, that's a lot of work. Just to cross his face out and then put it back on the wall.
I have no further questions.
Close it down.
Yes, thank you. Sir, when you went to the crime scene originally, were there already officers there?
Yes.
And how many would you say were there?
Counting detectives from my team,
Yes.
I'd say 7, 8.
Okay. And you indicated that you would take photographs anything that's seen or moved, is that correct?
Yes.
Then you would take photographs afterwards in the hallway.
Yes.
Did you check to see if the phones in the house were working?
There was a phone downstairs that in the kitchen that had an answering machine, and it was working.
Okay. And did that was the answering machine on, off, going into the house, in the bedroom? Was that a different phone in the bedroom than downstairs?
Different phone number?
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you ever try to see?
No.
Okay. Now, during the, when you went into the phone, was in the position that you saw it, is that correct? It was in the hallway?
Yes.
And showing you what has been marked as 2. There's a picture there with the phone and how the phone appeared to be and how the cord appeared to be. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, at another hearing, you were asked to take the phone and demonstrate how you found it. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember taking the cord and hanging up the phone and wrapping the cord around the phone?
Yes.
And indicating that's the way you found the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the way you found the phone with the cord wrapped around it?
Oh.
That
At the time, that's what it called. Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that when you went into the bedroom that at the position of the sheets, the pictures that have been entered that you've shown was exactly how you saw the scene when you walked in. Is that correct? In other words, the showing you what has been marked as equals 5, it shows a blanket. Is that correct? The sheet.
It was a as a sure.
But this is the position of the bedding when you saw. Did you seize the blanket?
As best I can recall, we did, yes.
And the blanket you indicated had a hole in it?
Yes.
And you indicated that the top sheet had a hole in it, is that correct?
Yes.
And also the bottom sheet, whichever one was which?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look to see, was one of the sheets fitted? Did you look to see if one of the sheets was a fitted sheet and one was a non-fitted sheet?
Just no.
Did you look at the time? Do you remember looking?
I think one was a fitted sheet. I'm not real sure. I'll take a look at them.
If you could look at them and tell me
Sure.
if it refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
And which one was that?
It'll be item number 18 of the fitted sheet.
Okay. And does that reflect recollection? I suppose that the fitted sheet was on the bottom and the other sheet was on top?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you removed the bodies, how did you do that? Did you roll the bodies over, pick them up? How did you do that?
Well, as best I can recall, there were a couple of the medical examiner investigator was there, and his two he has a team of two persons that remove actually pick up and recall if they were just picked up and then placed into a body bag.
There was nothing done at the scene on the bed to roll them over to see if there was any evidence before you.
Please get this guy off the stand. He's driving me crazy. Get him off the stand. I can't stand this any more.
You moved them off the bed that you can recall.
I seem to recall the minute they were lifted, the bullets were discovered that were underneath them, and I stopped and recovered the bullets, or continued just taking his body, covered bullets later.
And in figure number 8, it shows the. Is that the actual location of the bullet? The one in G?
Yes.
And it shows the furrow, is that correct? And
This would be this right here.
shows the furrow?
Yes.
Okay, and the furrow is some distance, how far would you indicate that it is from the bullet?
Well, it looks on the photo just.
Your Honor, I would object unless you have to prove that the photo will properly show inches. There may be some distortion. I would rather he testify from his knowledge.
Here's the end of the furrow right here.
I'm just asking
The
you.
beginning of it. Well, it looks to me about an inch and a half from the end of the furrow.
I'm just asking you, does the photo look distorted to you?
No.
Okay. And you can see a hole on the bottom sheet, is that correct, in that photo, just to the right of the girl?
I can't see the hole from here. No.
And you see right here.
Oh, yes, yes. This is the bottom sheet?
Yes.
Yes.
It appears to be, it's a fitted sheet, right?
Yes.
And it appears to be right where it's folded back, there appears to be some kind of hole in the sheet, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would be the hole you're talking about? The hole that you found in the bottom sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And also, you indicated that there was a, did you measure how far from the Okay.
The evidence report.
Okay, do you have that with you?
I think I do. May I go to my briefcase?
Sure. Go right ahead. Did you write a report with measurements?
Well, the evidence technician that's assigned writes a report. I write a report on the items that were seized, and he also writes an additional report on how he seized them and measurements and stuff like that.
And do you take the measurements?
Sometimes I do, and then sometimes the evidence technician does. And we work together on it.
If maybe I can show you this report, this may help refresh your memory as to how far it is.
Okay, this is a report that says one white mattress cover with red stain and apparent hole. The item was collected from the top of the bed. But if you want the exact measurements of that hole, then I think you'd have to go to the report that was done by the evidence technician.
That's your report that you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, but the evidence technician's report that would indicate how far the, for instance, the bullet is from the side of the bed.
The hole, that sheet may not be measured right there at the scene. It may be taken to the crime lab and measured at the crime lab.
But, so no one, it might not be measured at the scene as to where it's on the bed or how it's pulled on the bed. Is that correct?
The hole?
Yes.
May not be, no.
How about the bullet that's on the bed? Would it be measured how far it is from the end of any particular part of the bed?
Yes, that should be.
And also it would, obviously the furrow would be measured at the time it's on the bed, or would it be measured at a later time?
It would probably be measured at the crime lab.
Okay, so it wouldn't be measured when it was actually on the bed itself?
The missile would be, but not necessarily the hole.
And now where was the hole found in the top sheet?
Where was it?
Yes.
I don't know. That's another. What we do is we take the sheet as evidence, and then it was be measured at the crime lab at a later date.
Well, did anyone look at the time at the scene to determine where? You had evidence of where he was at least at the time you found out. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, did anyone take any measurements of the top sheet label, that this is the top part of it, towards the top of the bed, this is towards the bottom of the bed, this is towards the right or the left side? Did anyone do that?
At the scene, no. Items like that, we let the crime lab do that.
But when someone gathers it up, is there a label on the sheet that says, we took this from the top of the bed This is from the foot of the bed, this is from the head of the bed, this is the left, this is the right, this is the part facing up, this is the part facing down.
No.
Okay. But it just goes to the crime lab, and then the crime lab is able to tell from a sheet what is the top and bottom? How do they do that?
Well, like in this case, the bottom sheet is a fitted sheet, and the top sheet is not. So,
Okay. But the top sheet itself, there's no labeling done on it so that we know what was at the head of the bed, what was at the foot of the bed, what's at either side of the bed, how the sheet was located on the bed.
no.
Is anything done on the blanket to determine where the top of the, which part of the blanket is closest to the head of the bed, which is closest to the foot, what's closest to the side?
No.
And do we know which side of the blanket is up and which side of the blanket's down?
No.
Are they collected separately, the blanket from the top sheet?
Yes.
It appears they are. They're in different bags, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything done that shows how the blanket is on the top sheet as the way you find it? I mean, do you put pins through it so that someone can say, okay, they were connected here in such a way? Or any marks?
Well, the best I can recall from this incident, the holes were not discovered until the bodies were removed. So it'd be very difficult to find a hole, you know, with everything is all rumpled up.
So you knew that, at that point in time, you knew that someone had been shot in the bed, is that correct?
When I entered the crime scene, yes.
But you didn't make any effort to be able to determine at a later time where the blanket and the top sheet were in relation to each other?
Well, we know where the body was when we found it. So when a crime lab would measure where the hole is, they could perhaps deduce something from that.
And who was it that found the hole in the sheet in the top blanket at some later time after it had been removed?
I think the holes were discovered at the scene by Grablin, evidence technician Grablin. I'm not real sure, though.
Okay, well, you're the one who's in charge of the crime scene. You're the police officer who's there, who's the boss, right? The
Well,
crime scene.
we were, yes.
Okay. And you don't recall who found, it appeared to be a bullet hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And you don't remember who pointed that out to you?
I'm trying to recall if I found it or he found it. I really don't remember.
And do you recall taking any measurements at all at the scene when you found the bullet hole to see if it related to anything that was at the scene?
We don't normally do that because it's so difficult to tell when bodies are moving around in a bed exactly what position they were in from a hole, because the sheet is on top of them and it moves when they move, and apparently there was some movement after they had been shot. There was movement on the bed, and of course Broderick's body was on the floor, so he had moved off the bed. So there's really no way of telling exactly what position the sheet was in or the blankets when they got shot.
But when you're doing a crime scene, for instance, when you unmake a bed, you can take the blankets and pull them back and just lay them out at the foot of the bed so you know what position they're in. You can do that, right? So that you basically know what end was tucked here and what end was tucked here on the bed, on the left and the right, and move them back and expose the body. Is that correct?
Yes, you could do that.
Did you do that?
You could do that, yes.
Did you do that?
Well, as far as knowing where they were on the sheets, there was blood stains on the sheets, so you could pretty much tell where their bodies were. They had Linda had a head shot and a chest shot, and he had a shot in the chest. So the blood would be centered primarily on top of in the top area of the sheets and the blankets. It wouldn't, as opposed to the foot of the bed.
Was there blood on the
believe there was.
And did you make any determination where that blood was relationship to blood that was at the scene?
Question.
Well, when you took we have in here a picture, what is F, 8F for identification, is that correct? See that picture?
Yes.
Okay. That, was the body removed at that point?
Yes.
Okay, but the blankets in the top sheet are still on the bed, is that correct?
Yes.
And did someone put them back on the bed, or is that where they were moved to?
No, when we removed the bodies, we pulled the top sheet and the blanket off Leonard Broderick's body.
Okay. And what does number 8 represent?
I refer to my list.
Sure.
Okay, Adam 8 is one white sheet.
Okay. So because you have numbers there, that doesn't mean it's how you discovered it, is that correct?
No, how we discovered it are the original photographs we take when we first enter the scene. That's how it's discovered. When we go to collect evidence, obviously we can't see some evidence until we do some moving around. And that's how we discovered the bullets. We didn't see them until their bodies were removed.
Were you ever made aware of where in the blanket the bullet hole was? Do you remember where it was?
No.
Did you ever see it?
I really don't recall whether I saw the hole in the blanket or not.
The top sheet, do you remember where in the top sheet the hole was?
I remember it was,
And I'm talking, when I say top sheet, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about the sheet that's on top of the bed, I'm talking about the unfitted sheet.
the fitted sheet.
The unfitted sheet, the one that would be on, the one that you would use to pull over your body when you go to sleep. Do you remember where the hole was on that?
No.
That would be a flat sheet, sir. Learn your linen.
You did not know of the bullet's existence until after you removed the bodies, is that correct, Mr. Broderick?
We didn't discover those until the bodies were actually picked up.
Did you take measurements of where Mr. Broderick was found in the room? For instance, how far his head was from any wall, how far his feet were?
Yes.
Okay, did you then take measurements at all of the bullet to discover where it was found in the room?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember where the bullet was found, what the measurements were?
No.
Okay, that was something that you didn't do?
No, there's a report written by the evidence technician that contains those measurements. I'll help him measurements, but he's the one that actually writes the report as to what the measurements are.
And so at least the best that you have now is the best of your memory at this point in time is that the bullet was found somewhere in the position of where Mr. Broderick's chest was.
Yes.
Now, as he's facing the bed, and it's on his left side, is that correct? That he's on?
He's laying on his left side?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and his back is away from the bed and he's facing the bed, is that correct?
No. Yeah, his back is away from the bed, yes. His back is facing the wall, and his chest area is facing the bed.
And is the bullet found right under where his side would be, or is it found between him and the bed, or is it found, do you remember where?
It was underneath him.
Okay. Was he wrapped up in bedclothes? You need to see a photo, refresh your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's apparent he has a part of the sheet and the comforter around it.
And that's in photograph 4B and obviously 4A that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before you remove the bodies, those are the sheets that are pulled away and laid at the end of the bed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whether the bullet was wrapped up in the sheet or the blanket or not?
No, it was on the floor directly underneath him.
Well, but do you know whether the bullet was originally in the sheet, and when you pulled the sheet out, it fell out of the sheet? Do you know whether that's the case or not?
That's possible.
Okay. The measurements of
Would this be a good time to take a noon recess?
yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice lunch.
Other things that are in your report that aren't measured, such as the projectiles that were found. Is that correct?
Not by me.
But in your report, you don't indicate any measurements.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that mean that no measurements were taken, or does that mean that those measurements should be in somebody else's report?
No, it means they possibly are in somebody else's report. I don't know. They're not in my report.
Okay, it may mean that the measurements just weren't taken of those.
Yes.
And you don't have any independent recollection of whether items that where there's no measurement indicated in your report, whether in fact those things were measured?
Well, I can tell you our procedure is to measure before we collect any evidence.
Okay, that's your procedure, but you don't have an independent recollection of what in fact you did in this case.
Right.
And so the only ones that you can say for sure that you know are measured are the ones where you actually show a measurement.
Yes.
The and the blanket is just something that you know is not brought. Now the house is situated so that can you tell me the front door, is it on the east side, west side of the house? Do you know?
Front door's on the north side.
The north side of the house? Okay. And the bedroom is on what side of the house?
Would be in the southeast corner of the house.
Okay, so the bedroom has a wall on the back side of the house,
Yes.
and it has a wall on the east side of the house.
Yes, and there's a door there that leads to a outside patio on the east side.
On the east side of the house?
Yes.
Okay, and so, and the hallway runs north, the stairway, does that run north and south?
Yes.
So the top of the stairs would be on the south end of the house, and you'd be walking north as you were leaving the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how long you were, at what time it was that you started removing items of evidence? moving the body, moving the sheets? Remember what time it was during the day?
I think the time when the bodies were removed listed in my report.
Would it help you if I gave you a copy of your report, or do you have one?
No. You want me to read this?
If you can just tell me, just refresh it so you refresh your memory as to what time you started to.
It says at 11:30, Dan Broderick is picked up from the floor.
That's 11:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
And at 11:51, it says both bodies have been removed.
The keys that you found, did you find that the keys fit any item of evidence? Did you ever find anything that those keys fit to?
The only thing I tried were the outside doors to the house. So I don't know. I didn't try the key in anything else.
Okay, so you didn't try any keys in any cars, other homes, anywhere else?
No.
And did you ever get another set of keys to try? To the house?
No.
I have no further questions. Broderick?
Thank you. The keys that you have in front of you there, Sergeant DeGilder, at the time that you were trying those keys in the house, were you aware how it was the defendant had gained entrance into the house?
No.
Okay. And that was one of your purposes in trying to, so those keys in that key ring, that particular key ring, fit into the entrance doors?
That's correct.
And none of them did?
No.
Now, the evidence that you've testified to, that you've shown the jury here, is it normal procedure to collect the evidence and you let the crime lab look for the holes, analyze the blood stains, and look into the smaller aspects of what may be on each piece of evidence?
Sure. There's various items of trace evidence that we can't see when we're at the scene that they're able to, with the devices in the crime lab, to see, such as microscopes or...
Why weren't you in particular worried about locating each bullet hole where it might be on the sheet or blanket or what have you?
Well, we thought there may be some trace evidence also, such as gunshot powder residue, and that's why we collect it, because that sort of evidence can be lost by too much movement.
So if you had, let's say, spread out the blanket or moved it around, or the sheet, that might have, things might have come off those pieces of evidence that you might then not be able to recover later.
Certainly.
What is your purpose for photographing the evidence as you've laid out in all these various photographs for us before you move anything or touch anything?
To show what the scene looked like, to preserve what occurred as best we can.
And with the photographs, would you have any problem repositioning the sheets if you needed to do so?
No.
Why didn't you do all the things that Mr. defense attorney talked about in terms of writing down what corner each sheet was and how it was positioned on the bed?
Well, it was my opinion at the time that we didn't know exactly where the person was standing when these people got shot, and depending on the distance from the gun muzzle to the actual target, gunpowder residue could come out of the gun and be embedded in the sheets. So we wanted to be careful. We preserved that sort of evidence because it could possibly lead to the distance between the target and the shooter.
Is that something that somebody else in the crime lab does in terms of analysis rather than the first on the scene homicide detective such as yourself?
Sure, we have a firearms expert at the San Diego Police Department who does that sort of analysis.
Might be called Gene Olberg.
Yes.
Now, when you rolled Dan's body over, you said you found a spent bullet underneath him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me show you another photograph if I could. Your Honor, for the record, we have a poster board with 4 11 by 14 autopsy photographs, now marked People's Exhibit 22. So marked, thank you. Why don't you just stay where you are? I'm going to put this up on the board right here. Now, looking at People's Exhibit 22, specifically photograph D in the lower left-hand corner as you look at the exhibit here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the shoulder wound that you saw in Dan Broderick's shoulder and upper chest area when you rolled him over? He was only clad in boxer shorts when you found him?
Yes.
And, well, let's stick with the exhibit here. Can you show us on here approximately how far or close to that particular wound the bullet was as you rolled him over?
Well, I'd say no more than an inch, 2 inches.
And why would that be?
Why was it?
Well, how did you come to that observation?
Well, we picked up his body very carefully, and then the bullet was spotted almost immediately.
On the carpet?
Yes.
Now, referring now to the spent bullet that was found underneath Linda Broderick's body. Again, I'm, for the record, referring to People's Exhibit 8, and within that exhibit, photograph G. You see what I'm talking about here? Now, it's correct to state that that bullet is an inch or so away from the end of the furrow that was found in the mattress pad?
Yes.
And this sheet that's in the upper right-hand corner of G, is that the bottom fitted sheet that overlay the mattress pad?
Yes.
Did you remove that fitted sheet to expose the bullet and the furrow on the mattress pad?
Yeah, we didn't see the bullet until that sheet was removed. The fitted sheet was removed.
Were you looking for a bullet at that time?
No. No, we're just looking for evidence. We started gathering it, and we had covered the sheet and then found the bullet.
Okay. Do you know whether or not, when you were removing the fitted lower sheet that was over the mattress pad, whether or not that might have caused the bullet to move in some way?
Sure.
And do you know precisely what position the bullet occupied before you removed the fitted sheet that was over it?
Precisely what position, no.
Oh. I take it you couldn't see it at that point.
Right.
I have no further questions.
Recross? Sir, when you tag evidence, you put a little tag on it to let you know. Sometimes you put things on, like you might put a pin or you might put an initial by a piece of evidence to let you know what you found. Is that correct?
Well, the procedure is just like we do here on this. They put it inside an envelope or a container, and then they mark.
In the Menendez trial, I said I wanted to go back in time and put one of those pop screens on the microphone. This trial needs WD-40 for their chairs. Now I want to go back in time and give them a can of WD-40. The squeaks are killing me.
The outside of the container, the actual marking of the evidence is not, some evidence it's done, but stuff like where there's trace evidence or bullets like this, you'll just put it directly in a package and then mark the package.
But now, for instance, when we refer to A, where the bedding is on the bed, were you afraid that by going all the way over to this corner and just pulling out a little bit of the corner of the sheet to mark where it is in relation, how far it was pulled over this way, you were afraid that you would move something that was over here where the shooting was? You were afraid you were going to disturb something?
Well, that's an assumption we could make at the time, that the shooting occurred where the body was finished. That body could have, when the person was shot, they could have started moving. So that not necessarily where they got shot is where their final position is.
I understand that, but were you worried that if you just pulled out a corner of the sheet just so you could put a mark on it to know where it was in relation to the bed, you were afraid that might disturb evidence on it?
I don't know. The concern is not to disrupt any trace evidence.
But when you removed the bodies, you lifted the bodies up, and there were people lifting it up. When you look at 8, I believe it is, when you look at 8, the sheets were left on the bed and they're lifted up. Obviously someone got on the bed to do that, didn't they? To lift the bodies? Or they were able to lift the bodies without going on the bed at all?
I think we were able to lift the bodies up. There were enough of us there. And we lifted the bodies up off the bed, as I recall.
Without touching the bed at all?
I'm sure, I don't know.
And it was your memory that it was about 2 inches, about an inch from the wound that you found the bullet?
Yes.
When you look at the photograph, the left arm is on the ground. Is the right arm also on the ground? The right shoulder? Or is he on his side?
I think the photograph speaks for itself.
Go ahead, you answer that.
When we lifted the body up, we were able to see the bullet.
This is the position of the body as you found it, right?
Yes.
The wound that's in here to the right shoulder is right up here in the front of the shoulder blade. Is that correct?
It doesn't look, it's closer to the floor than it is depicted in that photograph, but as you can see, this part of him is down on the floor. He's not completely on his side.
Okay, so in this photograph, he's actually laying flat, not on his side.
Well, not completely flat, no. But we weren't able to see the bullet until we lifted his body up.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Detective DeGeller, I'm going to show you People Exhibit 7, which is a photograph of the bodies after the bedposts have been removed and before the bodies have been moved. How can you show the jury what you're talking about? See on the left shoulder area.
Yeah, he's tilted over so that you can't, he's closer to the floor and you can't exactly see anything on the floor until his body is lifted up. And the bullet was below that, directly, the bullet was on the floor below that, a couple of inches off from that.
Now, when the defense attorney asked you about whether or not the bullet was about an inch or so away from the wound. Are you saying that the bullet was necessarily that far away from the wound?
Well, I took it to mean that if the wound is here, then it's just an inch or so from the wound itself. But from the actual distance from the hole to the floor may have been a couple of inches, 3 inches that way. But I was talking about the distance this way on the floor from the wound itself.
Are you saying it was within an inch or two, or that it would have been at least an inch or maybe 2 inches away? Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, it was within an inch or two.
It could have been at the wound, or it could have been as far as an inch or two away from the wound. Is that accurate?
Right.
I'm not putting words in your mouth now?
No.
Okay. Now, going back now to People's Exhibit 4 here. The defense attorney said that you responded to the defense attorney at one point where he was describing the moving of the bedclothes, and you said that could have caused the bullet to move. Do you remember that?
Right.
Could you go into that a little bit more?
Well, the bullet was underneath him, so I don't know if it had to have passed through the bed sheets and blanket before it went into him.
But are you saying that if you came upon Daniel Broderick as he lay here, and assuming that the bullet was down below him, moving the sheets would not have caused the bullet to move?
Oh, no. The bullet was directly underneath him, and no moving the sheets would not have affected the position of the bullet, no.
Are you telling the jury that moving these sheets to get the sheets and the bedclothes away from Daniel Broderick's body would or would not have disturbed the position of that bullet as you found it?
Would not have.
Thank you. Nothing further.
What is this, Steve?
And officer, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Richard Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Detective Allen.
Good afternoon.
For whom do you work?
The San Diego Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a homicide investigator.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
About 5.5 years,
And how long have you been a police officer with the San Diego Police Department?
17 and a half.
Calling your attention to November 5th, 1989, where you was assigned as a homicide detective to Team 6.
Yes, I was.
And on that date, were you called to investigate a homicide, a double homicide that occurred at 1041 Cypress Street in the city and county of San Diego?
Yes.
Tell us what you did at that time.
Well, we arrived at the scene, and after a briefing conducted by some officers that were there, members of the team were given various assignments.
What was your assignment?
My assignment was to make contact with the daughter of the suspect in the case,
And which daughter would that be?
Kathy Broderick.
Did she also go by the name of Lee?
Yes,
Kathy Lee, I guess. Would be right.
correct.
Did you make contact with Kathy Lee on the 5th of November?
Yes, I did.
How was that accomplished?
She was contacted by patrol officers who had been watching a residence belonging to Betty Broderick. And when they saw Kathy, they made contact with her and then notified me. And I met with her at the area of Cass and Garnett and Pacific Beach. That's near Kathy's home.
Would this happen to be the Home Federal Savings parking lot to the beach?
Yes,
And this is close to Kathy Lee's apartment on Sapphire Street in that same location?
that's correct.
Why was it that you chose to meet with her in the parking lot rather than at her apartment?
There were officers in the area of her apartment under surveillance because the vehicle that was being driven by Mrs. Broderick had been seen at that location. So officers were there standing by in case they were to see Betty Broderick there.
That would have been an 87 Chevrolet Suburban recreational truck
Yes,
with some license plates, Load 'em Up, L-O-D-E-M-U-P.
yes, that's correct.
And did you see that vehicle later parked near the residence of Kathy?
Yes, I did.
Where was it parked precisely?
Almost directly across the street from her apartment. Her apartment is on the south side of Sapphire Street, so this vehicle would have been on the north side of Sapphire.
When you made contact with Kathy in the parking lot of the Home Federal Savings Bank, did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did she tell you?
She told me several things.
Objection.
As a basis for the officer's subsequent actions, including the search of the house.
Foundational, what's the foundation as to what he did?
Well, there's no motion to suppress here, so he did something. I'm not arguing that he had a right to do it.
All right, just ask him what he did next.
What'd you do next?
After talking to her,
Yes. We won't ask you what it was.
Just based on what she told you, what did you do?
we went to her apartment, and
What was your purpose in going to the apartment?
main purpose to go there was to check for the suspect.
Were you looking for anything else in particular?
Yes,
What was that?
a weapon.
And that was based on some information that had been provided you?
That's correct.
How did you gain entrance to Kathy's apartment?
With a key that was given to me by Kathy Lee's boyfriend. First name is Jason. I can't recall his last name.
Prantiel or Prantel, would that be the last name?
That's correct.
And did she voluntarily agree that you should go into the apartment and look?
Yes, she did.
Did you then enter the apartment?
Yes, I did.
What did you see once you got inside?
Once I was sure that no one was in the apartment, I had Kathy and her boyfriend come in, and Kathy Lee directed me to a bedroom and showed me a purse that was on the floor,
How many bedrooms were in this apartment?
a one bedroom.
And where was the purse located within the single bedroom?
It was on the floor against the east wall of the bedroom.
Was it near any particular item of furniture or equipment?
It was, as you walk toward it, it would have been just to the left of a nightstand, which had a telephone on it, and next to the nightstand would have been a bed. The bed would have been, all these things would have been to the right of the purse.
How close to the nightstand would the purse have been?
I can't give you,
Let's say using a foot as a frame of reference, would it be closer or farther away than a foot?
I'd say a foot and a half, something like that.
Did you look in the purse?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you see?
Just by observing it on the floor, I could see a handgun in the purse.
And once you caught sight of this handgun, what did you do?
I seized the entire purse as it was and turned it over to an evidence technician.
Did you do anything with the contents at that particular time?
No, I didn't.
Or take the gun out?
No, I didn't.
Were you given any, or come in the possession of any keys at that time or at a later date?
Yes, I got a set of keys on a ring from Kathy Lee also.
And why did you take those keys?
Kathy told me that they had keys that belonged to the vehicle that was parked across the street. And there were also keys to the suspect's residence on them.
Did you process those keys into evidence?
Yes, I turned those keys over to the evidence technician also.
I'll show you what has been labeled by us containing a paper bag of People's Exhibit 20. These are the keys that
Yes, these are the keys that I received
from Kathy Lee.
from Kathy Lee, yes.
What did you do with the keys?
Once I had them, I turned them over to an evidence technician.
And they were processed into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have a purse, brown in color, labeled People's Exhibit 23.
So marked.
And a short-barreled Smith & Wesson stainless steel revolver, 5-shot, 38 special caliber, labeled People's Exhibit 24.
So marked.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 24. Are you familiar with that particular purse?
Yes, this is the person I saw in the apartment.
And now showing you People's Exhibit 24. Are you familiar with that particular item?
This appears to be the same weapon that I saw
In the purse?
in the purse, yes.
Did you take any other items and process them or have them processed into evidence at that particular time?
A cassette tape from the telephone answering machine at the residence was also taken.
Later on the 5th of November, that same day that you arranged to meet Kathy at Homicide headquarters in downtown San Diego and have a more thorough interview with her?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview taped
Yes, it
in its
was.
entirety?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Question now?
Yes, thank you. Sir, when you seized the, did you ever take any pictures of the, you didn't take any pictures of the purse at the time you seized it, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And was the purse was not empty as it is now, is it?
No, it was not empty.
It was pretty full of items?
It had items in it, yeah.
Okay. And laying right on top of it was the gun, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what side of the purse it was on at all?
No, I don't recall which side of the purse it was on.
Sir, was the purse put into a evidence bag at some time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And showing you the Your Honor, I'm going to substitute or put this bag in a newer bag when at some point, but this is the original bag. Is this what would appear to be Mrs. here? The
For the record, is that the contents of the purse?
Yes, Your Honor.
This looks like the bag, yes.
Okay.
So,
And so the purse and the contents were put in that bag?
that's correct.
I take it you weren't the person, you didn't go through the purse at any time, did you?
I was present when items were looked at in the purse, but I didn't physically.
Okay. So, but you weren't the one who was either identifying or writing down what was in the purse?
No, I think my evidence technician did those things.
And do you remember when you got the key ring?
I got the key ring while I was still at the apartment.
Okay, so it was while you were still at the apartment. Did you see where it came from?
No, I didn't. No.
And do you know whether it had been in the apartment or whether Kathy Lee had possession of it?
It came from somewhere within the apartment, and she handed it to me. She got it from somewhere within the apartment.
Okay, so she went and retrieved it in the apartment and came back and gave it to you? Or you're not even sure? of
She
that?
picked it up from somewhere and gave it to me, but I don't know from what place she picked it.
That's fine. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Regret?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a 3x5 color photograph of a person like Mark Peoples next in order. Here's 25. Thank you. I'll hand you this photograph that's now been labeled People's Exhibit 25. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the purse as you found it within a foot or so of the nightstand in the bedroom of Kathy Lee's apartment on the 5th?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross?
No.
Witness be excused.
Objection. None, Your Honor. Just subject to recall.
All right, thank you very much, Detective.
Thank you.
People call Detective Wayne Messina.
He's going to be using his exhibits.
No, in fact, I'll take the wrong one.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter of opinion for this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Sir, would you please have a seat in the witness seat?
Afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Sir, for the record, could you please state your full name and spell your last name?
My last name is Mathena, Mathena. First name is Carlisle, Carlisle. Middle name is Wayne.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Detective Mathena. Where do you work?
San Diego Police Department,
In what capacity?
the detective in the homicide division.
On Team 6, by any chance?
Yes.
How long have you been involved, how long have you been employed as a homicide detective?
I've been in homicide 2 years now.
And for the police department in general?
20.
Calling your attention to the November 5th, 1989, were you also involved in the double homicide at 1041 Cypress Street?
Yes.
What were your duties in that particular date as part of Team 6?
When I arrived at the scene, I was told by Sergeant Calloway to interview Brad Wright.
And after you did that interview, did you then go to another location to look for additional evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
Calle del Cielo, I believe is the name of the first one.
Would that happen to be 8320 Calle de Cielo in La Jolla?
Yes.
What kind of residence is situated there, or was on November 5th?
Well, my estimation is a palatial estate.
Okay. How was it that you gained entrance to that residence on that day?
With a search warrant,
And how was the search warrant procured?
telephonic search warrant.
What were you looking for in particular when you gained entrance to the Calle de Cielo residence?
I had information that there was a suicide note in that residence. I was also looking for any other evidence, instruments that would indicate a motive, state of mind, or evidence for a double homicide that had occurred.
When you entered the residence with this telephonic search warrant, did you see anybody inside?
No, I did not.
Was anybody with you when you conducted the search?
Detective Richard Allen was with me.
Was he the gentleman that just left the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Now, did you seize any items at Calle de Cielo at that time?
Yes, I did.
What was it that you seized?
I seized some papers that were on the kitchen counter, and I seized a small black gun case that was in a bedroom, and a photograph that was in a, I guess, a retreat or a leisure room, which was southeast of the kitchen.
Now let's talk about the gun case. Where was it that you found that?
It's in a bedroom. The bedroom is located on the north side of the house. It was located in a vanity that is on the south wall.
And where in this vanity was the gun case located?
In a drawer.
Can you tell us where it was inside the drawer? What was there in the drawer with it?
Well, it appeared to be ladies' clothing, and that's all I remember is just ladies' wear.
Okay. Was the gun case under, on top, in the middle of all this clothing?
It was sitting on top of the clothing.
Was the drawer of the vanity open or closed?
It was closed when I first saw it.
And when did you open the gun case once you retrieved it?
Yes, I did.
What did you see inside?
2 boxes of ammunition.
Can you describe those 2 boxes, please?
One box I remember was a container that held 20 rounds of 38 caliber ammunition with 5 missing. There was 15 rounds in the box. The other one was a 50 box of ammunition, 38 caliber special.
I'd like to show you, Your Honor, we've had a black gun case with 2 boxes of ammunition, one American Eagle, 50 center fire pistol cartridges, the other one premium Hydroshock cartridge case by Federal containing 20, or at least designed to contain 20 cartridges, labeled People's Exhibit 26.
The black case in context of 26.
Thank you. I'll hand you People's 26 with its contents and ask if you can identify the case and what's inside.
It appears to be the same case that I found in the vanity and the same boxes.
Can you open the cartridge box that's labeled Hydroshock? Now, for the record, what have you removed from that cartridge box?
It's a ammunition holder containing 13 rounds of ammunition.
Designed to contain how many?
20.
There are 20 holes in that red plastic holder.
That's correct.
When is it in a different condition now than it was when you first seized it?
Yes.
How was it when you first seized it?
There were 2 more live rounds in it, as I remember.
So there were 5 live rounds and 5 that were missing?
There were 15 live rounds and 5 that were missing.
I stand corrected. Why don't you reassemble the exhibit, please? Go 50 cartridge box. And what do you find inside?
50 rounds of ammunition.
And are those in the same number and condition that they were when you found them?
They appear to be, yes.
Okay, why don't you reassign that? Now I'm going to, Your Honor, I have a placard with 2 11 by 14 color photographs showing the interior of a residence labeled People's Exhibit 31. Now maybe, Detective, you can swivel around here a little bit and look at these 2 photographs labeled A and B. Are you familiar with what they depict?
Yes.
How was that?
The exhibits that I just looked at and what I found in the vanity.
Now, both of them, A appears to be a farther away view, B a close-up view of the same particular cartridge box and case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the way they appear when you first laid eyes on the cartridge box?
No, the drawer was closed. When I opened the drawer to see what was in one of the boxes and photographed it.
And that would be the Hydroshocks?
Yes.
And the Hydroshocks as shown in the photograph, as opposed to the way they are now, are properly depicted as how they appear with 5 missing cartridges?
That's correct.
And that's photograph B we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, you're telling us that the cartridge box was on top of all these clothes that were in the open drawer?
That's correct.
And the drawer was closed at that time?
That's correct.
What about the suitcase with the clothes that are open on the floor in front of the vanity? What was the condition of that?
I don't really remember that particular item.
It could have been closed or it could have been opened as part of your search?
Could have been. More than likely was opened by us.
Now, you said you went to the kitchen counter of Coyote Cielo and you found some documents that you seized?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, we have People's Exhibit 27, which contains an envelope on Walter Mond, M-A-U-N-D, attorney at law, stationery addressed to Elisabeth Broderick, canceled November 2nd, 1989. A 3-page letter on Daniel T. Broderick, stationery, signed by Kathleen Cafaro, and dated October 27, 1989, and another 1-page piece of stationery on Walter Mond's letterhead with certain indications on it. I would ask that these all be labeled People's Exhibit 27.
All right, the plastic casing and its contents are People's 27.
Thank you. Looking at People's 27, are you familiar with what's in that exhibit?
Yes, this is a letter that I found on the kitchen counter.
You're referring to the October 27th letter written by Kathleen Cafaro?
Actually, both of them.
Okay.
The one dated October 31st also.
And the envelope as well was found there?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have People's Exhibit 28, a plastic container, envelope actually, that contains a letter on Walter Mons, or a form on Walter Mons, stationery dated 11/2/89, a 2-page letter on Daniel T. Broderick's, stationery, signed by Kathleen Cafaro, dated November 1, 1989. I would ask that those be included as exhibit, People's Exhibit number 28.
So marked.
Are you familiar with that particular exhibit?
Other letters that were on the kitchen counter.
And seized at the same time?
Yes.
We now have People's Exhibit 29, a legal pad, numerous pages with pen writing on the top 3 pages and the third, fourth, and fifth pages being torn off roughly mid-page, labeled People's Exhibit 29.
And more accurately, it's 8.5 by 11 pad, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, so marked.
Are you familiar with People's Exhibit 29?
Yes, this was also on the kitchen counter.
And seized by yourself at the same time that you seized the other 2 exhibits?
That's correct.
Now, did you seize, well, Your Honor, I have People's Exhibit 38, a picture with some newsprint attached to it and a glass frame labeled People's Exhibit 30.
So marked.
Are you familiar with People's Exhibit 30?
Yes.
How was that?
I seized this also.
Where was that located?
As I stated, what I call a leisure or a retreat, which was southeast of the and kind of attached to the kitchen.
What was in this room besides this picture here?
There was a television set, books, a display cabinet with other pictures, mementos, family memento type things.
And where in the room was that particular picture?
It was on the on display inside a display cabinet. It was not covered. It was out, open display with books and other family items.
Prominently displayed for anybody that might want to walk through that room and see it?
Yes.
Along with other knickknacks?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a poster board with 4 8x10 color photographs showing the interior of what appears to be a kitchen, labeled People's Exhibit 32.
So marked.
Thank you. Are you familiar with what is depicted in People's Exhibit 32?
Yes, that's what the kitchen looked like when I arrived.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the kitchen and the countertop and the items on the countertop when you first entered the residence on that day to execute the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Did you, on that same day, execute another search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Where was that executed?
It was on Morning Way in, I guess you would call it the, above the Claremont area.
Could that also have been La Jolla?
Upper La Jolla, yes.
And was this also by a search warrant that you entered that residence?
Yes, I did.
Would that have been 3133 Morning Way in La Jolla?
Yes, it is.
And who went with you with that, on that particular search?
Sergeant Calloway, Luis Rodriguez, detective, Richard Allen, a detective, and I believe that was all.
When you entered the residence with the search warrant, did you find anybody inside?
No, I did not.
And what did you do next?
We began searching the residence, starting with the floor that we entered on, proceeded to an upstairs bedroom area. I did not go upstairs. And and searched an area below the ground floor level, which is a parking or garage area.
Did you find anything there?
Which area?
Uh,
I'd have to look at my receipt and inventory to find out exactly what was found in that area.
You didn't have that handy?
No, I don't.
Okay, maybe I did. Maybe if I showed you an object, it might refresh your memory. That might be possible.
Yes.
Now I have a framed, appears to be an 8x10 photograph and a black bench frame showing a family setting, People's Exhibit 33.
So, Mark,
Thank you. Let me show you People's Exhibit 33. Does that jog your memory as to what you might have found in the carport?
I believe that was found amid some other items, several boxes in the carport area. The Jaguar and that looked like someone was moving in numerous boxes in the carport.
And I noticed that there was a kind of a black magic marker X across the man's face. Was that the condition of the photograph when you seized it?
Yes, it was.
And just to go back for a second, the picture that you seized at Calle de Cielo, the newsprint, the most hated man in America caught with his pants down, adjacent to the picture of the appears to be the same man. Was that also in the frame when you seized it?
Yes.
Now, did you seize any documentation from the Morning Way condominium?
Yes, we seized some letters and other correspondence from attorneys.
Where did you happen to find those?
Most of them were found on a, I guess, a window settee, which I assume is a dining area, although there was no furniture in it was on the east side of the ground floor level.
Your Honor, I have a plastic envelope containing a form on Walter Mann's letterhead dated 10/27/89, a photostat of a 3-page letter on Walter Mann's stationery dated October 27, 1989, and these are contained in a plastic envelope labeled People's Exhibit 34.
So, Mark,
Thank you. Are you familiar with People's Exhibit 34?
This would appear to be one of the letters I found
And that would have been where, sir?
on the, I believe on the settee in the dining area.
Your Honor, we have a photostat of a 2-page court order, signature stamped Federico Castro, dated September 22nd, 1989, in case number D215518, regarding marriage of Daniel T. Broderick and Elisabeth A. Broderick.
Mark, People's 35.
Thank you. Are you familiar with 35?
This also is one of the papers I seized.
on the settee or someplace inside the morning way?
I believe it was on the settee. However, I also seized some papers that were on the kitchen counter in that condominium, and I'm not sure where these were.
You're talking about the morning way condominium?
Morning Way, yes.
Your Honor, we have another document, photostat 2-page letter on Daniel T. Broderick, stationery, dated September 19th, 1989. We have that marked People's Exhibit 36.
So marked.
Thank you. Let's take a look at that exhibit, People's 36.
This also is a paper that I seized.
Again, in the morning way.
In the Morning Way condominium, yes.
Lastly, Your Honor, we have a plastic envelope containing a 1-page Association of Attorney regarding notice of appeal, signed by Elisabeth A. Broderick and Herman Hosling. May that be marked People's Exhibit 37.
So marked.
Thank you. And now handing you People's 37.
Also a paper I seized from Morning Way.
Okay. Are there other items there that you did not seize?
Yes, there was.
What are we talking about when you say that?
There were stacks and stacks of papers. I would say there was probably 4 or 5 stacks, anywhere from 3 to 6 to 8 inches tall.
Did you make an effort to go through these other items to see if there was anything of significance?
Yes, I did.
And did you choose anything from those stacks?
I chose what I felt was in the purview or scope of the search warrant.
In either the Calle de Cielo residence of the defendant or her condo at Morning Way, did you find anything that might pass as a suicide note?
No, I did not.
In either residence?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross out.
Sir, when you went in and searched the Calle de Cielo home, you had a camera, is that correct?
Richard Allen had a camera.
Okay. And were you in separate rooms or were you searching together?
We searched within the same room at the same time.
Okay. And when you opened the drawer, you found, obviously, there wasn't much doubt that these bullets, were they both inside the black case?
The boxes?
Yes.
Yes, they were.
Okay. So when you opened the drawer, the only thing you saw was the black case, and the bullets were
Concealed.
within that black case. Did you notice right away was it apparent that appeared to be a gun case?
To me, it appeared to be a gun case.
Okay. And so did you call Detective Allen and say, we better get a picture here to show exactly how I found it when I first opened the drawer?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So while you have pictures of how it became later, you have no pictures of how you found it when you first saw it.
No, I do not.
And you knew that you were looking for a gun, didn't you?
No.
That's argumentative. Overruled.
And I'm sorry.
Answer stands. Said no.
All right. You knew a gun had been used.
Yes.
You know? And so you know that you were looking for evidence associated with the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so I take it as soon as you saw a gun case, you realized that this may be evidence in this case.
Yes.
Okay. The time that you found the at Calle de Cielo, you see some items that off of the counter, and this would be the counter that's represented in People's 32, A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see all of those items?
Did I seize everything that was on the counter?
All the paper items?
All of the paper items I felt was pertinent, yes.
Okay. Were there legal items that you did not take?
I don't remember if there were any legal items. I know there were other papers.
Okay. And are you able to see in those pictures where these were the items that I'm picking at now that were found in Calle de Cielo? Is that correct? Are you able to see these items in these pictures?
I don't know. I can try.
Okay. The notepad, were you able to see that in the picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, what I would ask that the witness bring the photograph around so we can all see it as he points it up. Thank you.
Were you able to see the notepad in the picture?
Yes.
Okay. And the notepad is open to a page, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to see there's a cover sheet where there's a sheet of paper with Walter Mond's name on the top, and then underneath it in this envelope is something with Daniel T. Broderick. Do you know whether you're able to see that in the...
I can't specifically pick that out. These papers are all covered in the jumble.
Okay, it might have been in the middle of the stack or the bottom of the stack.
Very possible.
Okay. Were these paper clipped? Okay, let me finish here so you can put it down, sir. And there's another one in here that is Walter Mond 1031, and underneath it, at least in here, is something with Daniel Broderick.
Yes.
Do you know whether you can see that in there, or again, is it?
I can't pick it out specifically now.
Okay. Now, the pieces of paperwork that are here, and we'll look at first at People's 28 for identification. Were all these three pieces, there appears to be three pieces of paper, were they all stapled together when you first found them?
To my knowledge, at least I did not remove any staples. If they were stapled, they would have still been stapled unless they were unstapled by someone else.
Okay. So you don't know specifically how these might have become unstapled?
No.
Okay. You remember specifically these two being together?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether these were in an envelope or out of an envelope?
I believe everything was out of an envelope.
Okay. So you don't have any memory now of an envelope being associated with these?
Only that there was envelopes on the counter.
Okay. I take it that, okay, going to people 27, again, there seems to be just a normal cover letter saying enclosed, please find a letter from someone else. That's what that appears to be?
Yes.
Okay, and it indicates a letter from Kathleen Cafaro, and underneath that is a letter from Kathleen, signed by Kathleen Cafaro?
Yes.
Okay. So this appears to be a 3-page letter with a cover sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know whether these were stapled together?
No.
Okay. And the envelope, there's an envelope that's dated, as the district attorney pointed out, 11/2/89. That's at least a postmark on it. Do you know whether this envelope, whether these things were in the envelope?
No. What I did, when I picked things up, those items that were in a very close proximity to each other were put in separate envelopes, like they were separated or paper clipped together.
Okay.
But I have no knowledge whether they particularly went to a specific envelope.
Do you know whether this envelope was stapled? It appears to have 2 staple holes in it. Is that correct, this envelope?
It appears to have a staple hole in it.
One here and one here.
All right, I can't see that.
Okay. Do you know whether this was in fact stapled to either one of these items?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I take it that you don't have any notes now that can reconstruct it?
No.
And is this the way that you seized it, these kind of envelopes?
No. We did not have these plastic envelopes. When we seized it, we either paper clipped it and put it in a paper bag as to room
Now,
location.
are these the only items that you seized from Cali Day CAO, or you're not?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so there may have been other items that you seized, but whatever you seized came from that counter area?
As far as paperwork is concerned?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Was there other legal paperwork in that residence?
I don't believe I saw any other legal paperwork in the residence at Calle de Cielo.
Okay. Do you remember going into any of the rooms where there was a box appeared to be a legal box with lots of papers in it.
I went into all of the rooms that I could go into within the main household.
Okay, and you don't remember seeing any kind of paperwork in any kind of
Legal box, like a storage box, the kind that you see people keeping legal papers in.
I don't remember seeing one.
Okay. And were the rooms that appeared to be empty, as if someone was moving out at all, or do you recall that?
I don't recall it appearing that they were moving out. I do remember the house appeared to be in disarray to me. There were boxes, clothing strewn about. The house just appeared to have been very unkempt.
Did you take pictures of each room in the house?
We took pictures, I believe, of only those areas where we seized something.
So the only areas that you know you took pictures of are the dresser, where you found the gun case. Did you take a picture of where you found the picture?
Yes.
And you took a picture of the countertop?
Yes.
Now, you sometime later went and did a search warrant at Morning Way, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how did Morning Way appear? Did it appear to be that somebody was living there full-time, furniture in every room?
No. It appeared someone was moving in or out.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that there were some boxes that appeared that were either, there were items that were in boxes,
Yes.
not put away?
Yes.
When you were in Morning Way, did you notice any, you see some items there, did you?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of the areas where you had seized items?
As I remember, I don't believe there were pictures taken. I may be wrong, since I wasn't taking the photographs.
So on that time, when you went looking for evidence, you did not take a camera with you that you can recall, or you don't recall?
I don't recall
Okay.
pictures being taken.
And you showed us some letters, and this is again, number 37, number 36, number 35, and number 34. These you recall seizing from one area or another at Morning Way?
Yes.
And you're not certain what area they were taken from?
I'm not certain whether those were taken from the, what I call the settee, or from the kitchen.
Okay. And where was the settee located?
It's located on the east side of the condo, approximately one step above the kitchen. It's a step-up dining area, I believe, and this is adjoining the dining area.
Okay, so there would be some kind of counter in between the kitchen and the dining area?
There's a countertop separating the kitchen and dining area.
Okay, and there were some papers on the settee in that area?
Yes.
And was the papers that were in the kitchen, were they on that countertop that separated those two?
Yes, I believe they were.
And how far would they be from each other?
6 to 8 feet.
Okay. And do you... At that time, did you see some other items that were also there, did you not?
I seized this photograph.
Okay. And did you see some other paperwork?
There was other paperwork that apparently hasn't been brought out.
Now, there was some other items besides the ones that you've been shown at the Morningside that you also took, is that correct?
Morning Way?
Morning Way, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And showing you,
we see.
I'm just not very trained to hold it down.
I'm trying.
I'll remember the last name. I'll be trained by tomorrow, John.
Promises, promises.
The showing you a scene for identification. You recognize this bag as have you ever seen this bag before?
Well, it's getting more tattered each time I see it. Yes, it's the bag that I initialed on October 22nd, 1990.
Okay, and could you just quickly look inside and tell me if that just appears to be additional paperwork that you found?
Just for the record, defendant C is a brown paper bag and containing paperwork. Go ahead.
Yes, I remember seizing this.
And was that, do you remember where in relationship that was seized to the other paper that you've already identified from Morning Way, or is that just didn't divide it up that way?
Well, I would like to say this is on the settee, as I remember. But there were several stacks of papers there.
Okay. Do you remember that the other papers coming out of the bag too? The time of when you first identified these papers at a prior hearing, that they also came out of this bag?
I believe they did.
Okay. So you didn't have two bags to divide them up, you just took from those two areas paperwork and put them in one bag, as best as you can remember?
As I remember, well, I want to go back because it would have been normal procedure to put some in a bag from the kitchen and some in a bag from another location. It's not normal, and I normally don't put them all in one bag, so I don't know.
The, you indicated you found a picture in the garage.
Yes,
You were in the garage, that was in a box?
it was in amongst other items. There were several boxes in the garage. It was found in there.
Do you know what were in the other items that were in the box?
It just appeared to be items that had been packed for moving, household items, etc.
Okay, so there were other household items there, paperwork, do you remember what was in that box, if you can just remember?
Paperwork. I don't remember specifically.
Okay, that's right. The, when you were at Morning Way, did you search anything else there besides the garage and the apartment?
No, I did not go upstairs. I searched the ground floor level and I went down into the garage.
And was there a car located there?
It was a Jaguar convertible, I believe, red. Or I strike that, I don't know the color.
And at any time, either residence, did you see a truck?
No, I did not.
A Suburban?
No, I did not.
So you've not done any search of any Suburban?
I didn't see a Suburban at either residence.
Okay, and you didn't do a search of the Suburban involved in this case?
Not at that time.
Did you do one at some other time?
Yes.
I believe that's beyond the scope, so I'll go into that at some other time.
Yes. Would this be a good time to take our recess, Mr. Early?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. And before you leave, will both counsel stipulate that I can just refer to the admonition from now on instead of repeating the whole thing?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure you understand it, and you get sick of it, and I get sick of it. Thank you. See you at 5 after 3. Matter of the people of the state of California versus Elisabeth and Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present, all the counsel are present, Ms. Broderick is present. The witness is back on the witness stand. You're still under oath, Detective. You may resume, Mr. Early.
Detective, just in what has been marked as C for identification, there's what appears to be a booklet or a manuscript. There's a black ring that's with it, the kind that binds papers together. They were attached at one point in time, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to review some photographs of the items that you did seize, even at Morning Way?
Yes.
Okay, and again, the paperwork you seized, but you're not able to tell where from the photographs within Morning Way they came from?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at some point later on, and Your Honor, I would just ask if I could go through the scope of the...
They don't object,
correct.
you can.
No objection, we'll discuss it.
Go ahead.
Sir, did you at some point in time find that there had been a Suburban with the license plate blowed them up that belonged to Ms. Broderick that had been seized?
Yes, I did.
And was that located in a police property room or bay?
In our impound lot at the police headquarters.
Okay. And at some point in time, pursuant to a search warrant or eventually you ended up searching it, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And showing you some photographs, and I've marked them, Your Honor, as D, and it's a series of photographs, but they're all just marked as D. A series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 photographs. Right. Sir, could you look at those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be pictures of the Suburban at various angles?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the Suburban had a number of items in them?
Yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be accurate as at least what was found in the Suburban?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. Next, did you find any other Spyro notebooks that were located at either the apartment or the house?
Spiral specifically?
Yes.
I don't.
Notebooks like white paper that have wire spirals around them.
I don't remember finding any others.
Do you remember seeing any room, any other room other than the areas you've described in either the condo or the house where there was any legal papers?
I don't specifically remember any others.
Would you say that there was, that there appeared to be lots of legal papers in the house?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we have a 3x5 color photograph showing a picture in a cardboard box. May that be labeled People's 39?
What happened to 38?
I don't know.
It's one pre-marked.
Yeah, it's another pre-marked.
All right, this is 39. Go ahead.
Showing you People's 39, is that fair and accurate depiction of the family portrait that you found in the carport with Daniel Broderick's face X'd out at the Morning Way condominium?
That's how it looked when I first saw it, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
The cross?
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes, subject to retried.
Thank you very much, Detective.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
StreamYard hates me. Every time I try to talk to y'all, it wants to silence me.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
I'm Dr. Christopher Swalwell. It's Swalwell.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Paul. Where is it that you work?
I work for the Office of the Medical Examiner for San Diego County.
In what particular capacity?
I'm a deputy for about 2.5 years.
And can you give us a brief synopsis of your prior professional experience?
Sure. First of all, I'm a doctor. I have an MD degree. After graduating from medical school, I did an internship. Then I did a residency training in the field of pathology. After that, I did additional training in the field of forensic pathology, which is that aspect of pathology that I'm practicing as a medical examiner. And I've been doing that exclusively for about 5 years. Prior to coming to the office here in San Diego, I was at the LA County Medical Examiner, the coroner's office.
How long did you work there, sir?
I was there for also about 2.5 years.
Is there a certification, board certification for forensic pathologists who have attained a degree of expertise?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, all the medical specialties have a board for which you can be certified if you meet the requirements. And basically that means, number one, that you have to take an approved training program, and number two, you have to pass an examination that's given on a nationwide basis.
Doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
When was that?
Well, I was board certified in the fields of anatomic pathology and forensic pathology back in the fall of, I believe it was 7, I got my board in forensic pathology. So I'm actually board certified in 3 different areas.
Is a primary portion of your duties as a deputy medical examiner for San Diego County the performance of autopsies?
Yes, that's certainly one of them.
Can you tell us what the autopsy procedure entails?
Sure. Basically, the autopsy is divided into 2 parts, an external examination and then an internal examination. In the beginning, we may photograph the body, x-ray it, do other so forth. Then the body is examined from head to toe, looking for identifying features, looking for anything unusual, anything characteristic, any kind of injuries. And then we go ahead and open the body up and actually examine the body cavity, the neck, and the head.
Did you perform such an autopsy on the body of Linda Broderick on or about November 6, 1989?
Yes.
And that was in your capacity as a deputy medical examiner for San Diego County?
Yes.
Did you determine the cause of death for Linda Broderick?
Yes.
What was it?
As a shot wound that went through her chest.
She had a shot well.
Yes.
And what was that?
She also had a gunshot wound actually into the head. It went in the back of the head and went into the brain. And that was part of the cause of death.
What was Linda Broderick wearing when you first started your examination?
She was wearing a pair of pajamas.
2-piece?
Yes. Short.
Now, I would like you to be good enough to come down for a second and assist us here with this. Some photographs. Your Honor, we've had 2 photographs of appears to be a female body, one on a single poster board. May that be labeled People's Exhibit 38.
So, Mark.
Thank you. Swallow, I'd like you to stand over to the side so all the jurors can see. I'll give you a pointer here. Now to do, in that particular exhibit that I just announced, the photographs A and B show the body of Linda Broderick in terms of her, at least trunk area, both front and back.
Yes.
Now, first of all, how do you somebody's a bullet?
Those are pretty characteristic, and depending on whether they're an entrance or an exit, they'll have different characteristics.
Could you enlighten us on that, please?
Well, an entrance wound is generally a small, round, circular, or oval hole. It will show thin abrasions around the edges of the skin, and it may also show other changes, soot or gunpowder, if it's close enough between the gun and the body.
Let's concentrate first on the chest wound on the Broderick, chest gunshot wound.
Yes, this is the one that's in picture A, and it's the one hole that you see that's on the upper left chest.
And was there an entrance wound for that, or exit wound for that particular gunshot?
Yes, there was.
Where is that depicted?
That's depicted in B, and it's this hole that you see that's on the right back.
Now, turning back to the entrance wound there as to her chest gunshot wound, was there any powder stippling, tattooing, or other indications of gunshot residue on that entrance wound?
No.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you, Doctor?
Well, it indicates to me that this was not a real close range or contact type wound.
If she had been wearing pajamas, as she assumably was, so would that have affected the occurrence of any tattooing, stippling, or powder residue on or about the entrance wound?
Possibly, yes.
Based on the fact that she was wearing pajamas when she was shot, and you found no residue, what if anything, does that cause you to conclude regarding how far away the gun was from Broderick's body?
Well, what it means is that, as I said before, it's not a close range or contact type wound.
Can you give us, from what you saw during this autopsy, a minimum distance that the muzzle of the gun barrel would have been from Linda Broderick's body when she was shot in the chest?
Well, generally, and this is just kind of generally, it depends on the individual weapon and ammunition. A gun would be expected to deposit or powder in the form of stippling up to maybe a foot or two from the barrel. The distance from the barrel to the skin. So, in the absence of that, the distance was greater.
Any respect?
Well, really, because I'm not a firearm.
Okay. And you would defer to the opinion of a qualified firearms expert?
Right, term that would be actual test fire of the weapon.
Okay. And you didn't do that, did you?
I did not do that, no.
Did you trace the path of this bullet after it entered Linda Broderick's chest, as you've indicated, and as it passed through the body and exited through the shoulder area that you've also indicated?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us what path it took?
Sure. It went into the body, through the bone, and then went into the right side of the chest. It went through the right lung, came out the back between the ribs, fifth and sixth ribs, as I recall, and then went through a part of the scapula, or shoulder blade bone, and then came out here, as you see, on the back.
Now the rear head wound, tell us if there's an entrance wound there for that. We already have that. Was there any other stippling or tattooing or residue found in and around that particular entrance wound?
No.
And now you're referring to the wound that's shown, it's back of her head on photograph B in front of the jury?
Yes, the one you can see on B.
Does that lead you to the same conclusion that the muzzle of the gun would have been somewhere between a foot or 2 feet away at the minimum?
Yes.
Now, did you trace the bullet path of the second gunshot wound that entered the Brooks head?
Yes.
And what was it?
Well, it went into the skull in the back of the head. It went through the brain stem, which is part of the brain, the lower part of the brain that connects the large part of the brain with the spinal cord. Also went through portions of the rest of the brain, and the bullet came to rest partly embedded in the inner side of the skull in the right front region.
Did you locate that bullet?
Yes.
How was that done?
Well, the bullet was recovered once the head is open. We obviously have to open up the head, remove a portion of the skull, remove the brain, and then once that's done, we just pull out the bullet. We usually have a pretty good idea where it is because we take x-rays of the head.
Was that done in this case?
Yeah.
And did you successfully locate the bullet in Linda Broderick's head?
Yes.
Or was it removed?
Yes.
And given to the police to process into evidence?
Yes.
A dummy here with some dowels have been inserted into it.
purely for demonstrative purposes. The court wishes this to be marked.
Mr. Early, what's your pleasure? No, Mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sometime before coming to court today, Dr. Swall, or this afternoon, did you dummy and in position of the two gunshot wounds, the bullets fired from Linda Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Can you?
Did she sit up after the first shot? That looks weird.
You, let's see, starting with the chest wound, describe that for the jury.
Okay, this here would represent the entrance gunshot wound, or the same wound that you see in picture A. And the one then on the back would be the corresponding exit wound. And the rod is demonstrating the path that bullet took through the chest.
Okay, let's rotate this around now and then talk about the bullet path for the head wound that she suffered. Please go ahead.
Unless.
Okay, this
Was she on her side?
represents
Or in the back of the
the
head?
end that you see again in the photograph. B in the back of the head. And the dowel position to quite closely see that it would be going.
The dummy, again, can you show the jury where the bullet was recovered from the inside of the skull on Linda's head?
Yeah, it basically would be the inside of the forehead of the skull that's in that location.
And it was right up against the skull wall, so to speak, on the inside?
Yeah, the bone was I'm sorry, the bullet was actually partly into the skull bone.
Thank you. Why don't you just stay right there? We'll
What?
continue
How?
on.
Is she laying on her side?
It was a blood and drug screen done on Linda's body, tissues, blood, urine, etc.
Yeah.
What were the results of that blood screen and drug screen?
No alcohol or drugs were detected in her system.
Getting out to the fatal nature of the gunshot wounds that Linda suffered, you stated that the chest wound would be fatal?
The chest wound could be fatal by itself, yes.
Without the additional head wound?
Yes.
Would that have caused death necessarily immediately?
No.
Understanding that there's probably a range, well, why don't you tell us what the range would be with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, how long Linda would have lived after she incurred just a chest wound, assuming that she was not later shot again from the back of the head?
Well, if she had just had the chest wound...
Your Honor, couldn't have objections. It's irrelevant.
It's very relevant.
Overruled, go ahead.
If she just had the chest wound, as I indicated before, we wouldn't expect her to die right away. What basically happens is that there's a buildup of blood bleeding from the wound inside the chest. There may be a escape of air. There's blood that gets into the airway and sort of chokes it off. And a little bit of time to get to the point where that causes death. It's hard for me to say exactly, and I could only say that generally it's a matter of minutes, ranging from maybe a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, to as much as, in the extreme possibility, maybe a half an hour or so.
And during this period, would she be capable of moving?
Well, at least for part of that period, until she got to the point where she lost enough blood or couldn't get enough oxygen so that she would pass out.
Now let's turn to Linda's wound. Would that also be fatal by itself?
Yes, definitely.
And how long would it take for that head wound to cause her death?
Well, this is one of those wounds that kills you virtually instantly.
After she had been shot in the head, as she was, would she be capable of any further voluntary muscular movements?
No.
Would her body move at all after she was shot?
Well, the body could move passively, but not anything voluntarily.
You're talking about if the body, by way of inertia, had been presently moving when it was shot, that Linda would have probably kept on moving by process of inertia until she fell.
Yeah, by momentum and gravity, whatever movement she might have had would continue until she falls or comes to her final position.
Now, assume for a moment that the bullet that went through Linda's chest and out her back was found underneath her, that had gone through the fitted mattress sheet and then had kind of furrowed into the mattress pad beneath that and then stopped. Is that an unusual circumstance in your professional experience? That the bullet would go through somebody's body and then hitting something rather soft or fragile like a mattress pad, it would stop?
No, not necessarily.
Why would that be?
Well, it just depends on how much energy is lost when that bullet as it goes through the body. In that kind of example, then obviously most of the energy was expended, the bullet was barely able to come out, and then wouldn't go much further beyond that.
Have you seen that situation in other homicides that you've attended?
I believe so, yes.
Now let's turn to the autopsy performed on Daniel Broderick. Was this done the same day?
Yes, it was.
As Linda's?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry. Actually, this has already been identified. People's 22, Sergeant DeGelder identified that. But I think he only identified photograph B. Looking at all four photographs here, A through D, are you familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
And do they show the body of Daniel T. Broderick that you performed the autopsy on 11/6/1989?
Yes.
What was Mr. Broderick wearing when he was examined by yourself?
He's wearing only a pair of boxer shorts.
What was his cause of death?
He had a single gunshot wound that went through.
Exhibit 22, can you point out the that shot?
It's actually demonstrated in two of the photographs. C and D would be the circular hole that you see in C, and the hole in D that you see the rod is going into.
Now, was there any powder, stippling, tattooing, or other residue around that entrance wound?
No.
And would that lead you to the same conclusion that the muzzle of the gun therefore must have been at least 2 to 3 feet away or farther?
Yes.
Did you trace the bullet path of the gunshot wound that Daniel suffered?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. In this case, it went in the back. It fractured through one of the ribs, the 9th rib, before it went actually into the chest cavity. It perforated through the right lung and then came out the front of the shoulder area between the first and second ribs and made it what you see in photograph A and B.
Now, photograph. I'm sorry, I'm photograph D, actually.
D, again, as I said before, shows the entrance, and in this case it has a metal rod going into it that was placed to simulate the direction that the bullet took through the body.
And as you did with the model that stood in for Linda Broderick, did you similarly place a dowel to show the bullet path for Daniel Broderick?
Yes,
We have another one of these foam models with the dowel. I'd like to have it down to use for demonstrative purposes, not be labeled.
Mr. Early, again, all right, go ahead.
I'll hold up in front of the jury here another foam, this time a male model with a wooden dowel. Can you explain to the jury what you have here?
This is a description of the path that the bullet took through the body. What you're seeing from the front is actually the exit that again is depicted in photographs A and B. The entrance is on the back where the dowel actually goes in on the right back.
So in this case, the bullet was moving up towards the shoulder?
Yes.
Now, Daniel's gunshot wound he suffered, would that have been immediately fatal?
No.
Was the same process that took place with him as it would have with Liz been shot from any time up to approximately a half an hour stream?
Yes, it would have been about the same time period as I described in Linda's.
During that time period, if he had medical intervention, could he have possibly been saved? Can you give us any instances of other, maybe more notable gunshot situations where that's been done? Where somebody has suffered a gunshot wound to the chest?
Your Honor, objection. Conclusion and speculation.
Well, he's an expert in the field. If you can answer that, if you can, Doctor.
Well, the example I usually use is President Reagan. He was shot in the chest and the bullet went through the lung, but he survived. Of course, he got immediate medical attention.
Did your autopsy show that Daniel did indeed live for a period of time after he was shot in the chest?
For some time, yeah.
Was this due to the fact that he had blood in his airway and he had also some amounts of blood in his stomach?
Yeah.
What does that indicate to you, Doctor?
Well, he had blood in his airways that actually went down into his lungs, which indicates to me that he was actually breathing that blood in, meaning that he didn't die instantly. He at least took some same thing with the blood in the stomach, at least swallowed a small amount of blood into the stomach.
Okay. That evidence doesn't tell you how long he could have lived, does it?
No, it doesn't help.
Okay. I want to show you one other photograph taken at the scene of two homicides. And this exhibit has already been labeled in sponsor as People's Exhibit 8. And I want to draw your attention, Doctor, to one particular photograph, and that is photograph D, right at the top here. Assuming for a moment that Daniel Broderick's head is right about where this blood and this foamy stuff is up there. Does that in any way aid you in showing he was alive for some period of time?
Well, yes, in that there was this foamy liquid here, and foam is a product of air and liquid. That means that He had liquid in the lungs, but he was also breathing air into that, so it gets mixed together and produces foam.
Now, if a witness of the scene testified that there was actually foam here, there's a picture when it was first discovered before it was photographed, that indicate to you that he lived even a longer time than what's shown here in this picture?
Yes.
Now, after Daniel was shot, would he be capable of, let's say...
Can you resume the stand?
Yes, sure. Thank you. People, let's say, reaching a phone on the nightstand near where he lay.
Yes.
Would he be capable of having speaking to people for at least a limited period of time?
It could have been, yes.
Did you note any injuries to the outsides, in other words, where the knuckles and the outside of the fingers are of Daniel's hands?
Yes.
What did you see there?
On the right hand, he had several abrasions or scrapes on the back of the middle ring and little finger.
Any others?
No, I think they were confined to those three fingers, as I recall.
Would they have been consistent with him being struck with some sort of hard or rough object?
Struck in the sense of a glancing blow. It could be
kind of a swipe. Would that be more accurate?
Yes.
Now, did you also perform a drug and alcohol screen for Dan's blood, urine, other tissues from his body?
I did send blood and tissue, urine to be examined, yes.
You didn't personally do it, but there was a lab that did it for you?
Yes, the lab within our office.
What were the results of that?
He had a .04 alcohol level in his postmortem blood.
What about in his vitreous humor?
There was a .07 level of alcohol in the vitreous.
What does that tell you, the difference between those two figures?
Well, what it indicates is, first of all, that you have to know that vitreous, the values in the vitreous tend to lag behind the values of the blood because there's a barrier between the blood and the vitreous. So it tends to indicate that at some point in time his blood alcohol level was higher.
And at the time of his death, what would it be?
Well, the blood level that I quoted would be the one that's the best representation of his alcohol was at the time he died.
And that would have been 0.04%?
Right.
When you did you examine Daniel's liver?
Yes.
And were there any physical abnormalities in it that you could see?
No, nothing significant.
Was there anything in your entire examination of Daniel Broderick's body that would have indicated that he was either alcoholic or abused alcohol?
Under objection. Parole, can you answer that?
No, I mean, other than the fact that he had alcohol in his blood at the time he died, there wasn't any other stigmata of chronic alcohol use.
Thank you. Now, let's go back to Linda for a second. Linda's chest wound, how many inches from the heart did that bullet pass by?
I didn't actually measure it at the time, but going back and reconstructing it, I would estimate it came within a couple inches of the heart.
And as to Dan's chest wound, how many inches from the heart did that bullet pass?
It is about the same, maybe a couple inches.
Now bear in mind that we've used some foam models, and we had a picture here. Could you show the jury on my body where Linda was shot in the back of her head? I'll just stand up here and you can just...
Would you like me to point it with my finger or to point it?
Whichever's cleaner.
Okay, it would be approximately in this area here where I'm pointing to right now.
Point to the back of my body where Daniel Broderick was shot in the back.
Okay, that would be somewhere in the region of the right back, but in the middle, but very close to the midline.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross down.
Sir, you have some training and expertise in alcoholism?
As I have in the pathology of alcoholism, yes.
Obviously, you can have somebody who's an alcoholic who doesn't have any obvious signs of it, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So when you have people who have, for instance, been convicted on a number of occasions...
Objection,
drunk,
Your Honor.
All right, you open the door. I can cross-examine.
Are you asking a hypothetical?
Yes.
Based on facts not in evidence sustained. I've heard the evidence of somebody convicted several times of alcoholism or alcohol.
I'll make an offer of proof, Your Honor.
Fine, make it. Go ahead.
Sir, do you have any, through your training and experience and your studies in your field, have you developed any other expertise on determining if someone is an alcoholic other than internal examination of their organs?
Well, my expertise is confined to the field of pathology, which basically would be, in addition to examination of organs and tissues, laboratory tests.
Well, in the field of pathology, you also, to be able to make some determinations, you also have to do some studies of human nature, do you not? Have to have some knowledge of human nature?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, for instance, to be able to determine how someone would move and how far they would move and what they'd be able to do, it's more than just working in a laboratory. You have to have some knowledge of human nature, do you not?
Same objection.
His expertise is limited to the examination of the body parts.
Sir, but you also render an opinion, for instance, what's likely or not when someone will move and when they won't. Isn't that correct? You were asked that opinion, you were able to render that as an expert, were you not?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. It's argumentative that it doesn't have anything to do with human nature.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor,
Do you want to ask him questions about his field of expertise? Please, go ahead.
Sir, when you render an opinion about what is most likely, you don't do an experiment with dead bodies in the pathology.
No.
Okay. So when you're talking about when somebody can move and when they can't move and when they're shot and when they're not shot and how far they'll move, some of that is based on information you get from detectives and what has happened in other cases where you weren't present. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you've testified before in this case that you have to take into consideration the condition of the person's body, the condition of their health to determine how long they may live or whether they may move or not. Isn't that correct?
That certainly could be a factor, yes.
And in the area of pathology, it's not just the working with bodies, but you also take into account how human beings respond in different situations to help render your opinion, do you not?
You may.
Okay. And so, for instance, when you say someone may move and may not, that's because depending on the situations, people can answer that.
Well, that's part of it. Obviously, there's multiple factors involved, and that may be one of them.
Okay. And that's something that you obviously consider when you render an opinion as to what's most likely or probable. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you go to the scene of homicide generally when you perform in your work, or usually in a laboratory?
We try to go to the scene when we can.
Okay. Did you go to the scene in this case?
In this case, I did not.
And during the when you talk about probability of whether someone will move or not, have you ever heard of the term emergency response syndrome? Fight, flight.
Fight or flight, yes.
Okay. So depending on how the person is, what's going on with them, physiologically and in their mind, you see cases where some people, where you would expect most of the time they wouldn't be able to move, they actually do move.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled. Possible, yes.
I mean, have you heard of cases where people are stabbed in the heart where you would expect them to drop, but you hear about them moving 10, 15, 20 feet?
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes you have to get outside information to be able to determine what's likely and what's each particular case. Is that correct? To take it out of just a range of probabilities.
Right, in order to be more specific about an individual case.
So when you indicate that somebody is not doing voluntary movement when they're shot, that doesn't mean that when somebody is shot, for instance, their spinal cord, that they might not continue movements that they were already doing. Is that correct? In other words, if somebody is running, they might get shot in the back of the head or sever their spinal cord, and they might still take a step or two, continue the movements that their body was already doing.
Yes.
Okay. So while we say voluntary movement is ceased, the movement that the body is already doing may continue. A person may move a few steps, they may be turning over, continue to turn the movement they've already started. Is that correct?
Yes, as I indicated earlier, these are more a phenomenon of momentum and gravity, and there may be some reflex actions that cause movements as such.
Okay. So somebody who obviously is running or moving away from something and then gets shot may continue that movement as a reflex movement or momentum. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this case, you weren't able to determine, there was nothing there that told you, you're not able to determine whether the person had some of the reflex movement or momentum continue their movement, where there was no information that you had that said that this was, for some reason, a person that could not have done that? In other words, it's capable in everyone with this kind of wound.
It's possible, yes.
Okay, so in this case, was there any evidence that told you that that did not happen in this case from your examination of the body?
Well, I would have no way of telling just from examining the body.
Okay. So it's not that the wound was, if it would have been because of its exact location, you can say that there's never any reflex in these kind of wounds, or never any kind of momentum movement.
Well, that's correct, but you have to understand we're talking about something that's going to occur in a very brief period after the shot.
Okay. We're not talking about someone running a 100-yard dash, but we're talking about someone running, they might go an extra few feet or continue one more step. That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
What just happened? Everything went black. I'm still here. I don't know what just happened to Court TV, but I'm still here. I didn't do anything. I was thinking that same thing, Judy. Hey, Marty. I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything. It just went black. back and now it's gone again. I swear I hate this website. Don't understand it. They need to get their crap together and fix it. I can't be the only person this happens to. And StreamYard won't let me turn off the camera, so it's probably going to crash now. Marty. Like I said, now StreamYard's gonna crash. So now they're actually live streaming the jury selection. Do you guys want to finish this witness, or do you want to hop over there and watch that? It's up to you. Let me know.
That was through and through, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, there are wounds that you see to people that, where the bullet goes, breaks the skin and can fall out.
Were we a lot past this or a little past this?
It's not a through and through wound, isn't there?
Well, I think if I understand what you're getting at, is there are instances where the bullet may partly break through the skin, maybe just underneath the skin or partly hang out, and then sometime later fall out.
Okay.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, and you can tell there's a difference in the kind of exit wound between those wounds and the one you saw in this case, is that correct?
Not necessarily.
And what do you mean by not necessarily?
Well, once the bullet completely falls out, it's completed the hole, so to speak, and I may or may not be able to chop immediately or sometime thereafter.
I remember testifying in a previous trial in this matter.
Yes, I do.
And you remember being asked in this trial whether this wound appeared to you to be a wound where the bullet went through the body and kept traveling after it left the body?
Yes.
And you remember testifying that that's what it appeared to be to you?
That's what I
I asked
said.
counsel, excuse me, I asked counsel for a reference and give the witness opportunity to look at the transcript.
It's 112. Okay, so there was at least this wound was there something that made you feel that way?
That's what I said at the time then.
Well, that was more closer to the time of the incident, is that right?
Yes.
Is there something that's made you change your mind and say that the bullet was not one that traveled through the body and kept traveling after it went through?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, in the interim, I've had the opportunity, obviously, to think about the case quite a bit and also to review close-up photographs of the wounds and discuss the wounds. And so I have a little bit different opinion, at least as regarding to the wound on Dan Broderick.
Okay, so now you testified at a preliminary hearing in this matter, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that time, as an expert under oath, you had reviewed your report, obviously, before you testified, didn't you?
Yes.
Pictures, weren't you?
At the prelim, I assume so. I don't recall.
Okay, and your opinion then, as an expert, was it was a through-to-through wound with the gun, with the bullet continuing to travel, is that correct?
I don't recall if I said that in the preliminary trial or not.
At the trial itself, obviously you had a chance to discuss the case with the district attorney before the trial, did you not?
Yes.
You had a chance in your autopsy, did you not?
Yes.
And you went through the pictures with the district attorney, did you not?
I probably did.
And you saw the pictures when you were in front of the jury, is that correct? Is that correct?
I saw at least some of the pictures, yes.
And you were testifying as an expert?
Yes.
And it was your opinion at that time that it was a through-and-through wound? The bullet kept traveling?
Yes.
Now, you've said that you've looked at the pictures again, and now you have a different opinion? And you've had some discussions?
Yes, I've had a chance to see not only the original pictures, but the pictures blown up, as you will, enlarged, which I did not have at the previous trial.
Your Honor, I would like to approach the bench and ask. Sir, is it your testimony? Oh, I'm sorry. The most important person.
Go ahead.
Is it your testimony that this is the first time that you've seen these pictures blown up? This is pictures of Linda Kolkena, number 38.
No, I'm not saying that.
You didn't see these at the last trial, or you did?
I don't recall. I mean, I know I've seen the pictures. I don't recall what size they were.
Okay. But you testified that this is your first opportunity to see these pictures blown up, and that's the reason that you changed your mind. Is that correct?
Objection, that misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
What is your testimony? What was your testimony about what you saw that changed your mind? Was it these pictures?
No, I don't believe it was those specific pictures. What I said was that I saw a picture of the exit wound, an enlargement of one picture of that wound.
Well,
and I don't believe that that is the picture that I recall.
You've seen a different enlargement of this than this?
That it was something shown to me by the district.
Your Honor, I would ask if I could, before I finish my cross.
Sure. Just for the record, will you identify what the photo board you've just been showing?
22.
Fine.
My, did I get they were larger than these pictures?
To tell you the truth, I don't specifically recall how big it was. I'm only referring to the exit wound.
So you're referring to either A or B?
Right.
And so these pictures you weren't able to see. There was another picture that showed you a better picture of the exit wound than these?
At least a different picture. I'm not sure.
Blown up to this size?
I don't know. I don't recall specifically how big it was.
I would like to be able to request that we have the picture now. So. It's not probably going to be a full set of photos. No, I want to see the blown up one. There's no blown up one. Oh. I'm trying to find out where this blown up one he's talking about that he saw that was different than here. Assuming that these are the only blown up pictures.
It's a jury.
Are you saying there's a difference?
It's a jury before they started arguing over a stupid blown up version of a picture. I hate when they argue over this little petty crap.
There are other photographs. They are of the same thing. They may be different sizes. We have no objection to showing counsel. I mean, there's 3x5, there's blown up to 8x10, there's blown up to 11x14, and there may be some others that are blown up even more. But it's the same photograph.
Can I make those available to Mr. Early?
Oh, okay, it's the same photograph. That's fine.
All right.
That's fine. So there's no... You believe... Are you saying that you saw a different photograph than these?
No, no. I'm not saying that I saw different. I'm just saying I saw a different identification, if you will. And I've seen other photographs in addition to these of the same injury.
So you're saying that there was one that's even bigger than this one that you saw?
I'm saying I don't recall if that's specifically the one that I am or not.
Have you seen any that were bigger than this?
That were bigger?
That were blown up more than these were?
I couldn't say for sure.
But you agreed that the last time at trial you saw, when you testified under oath, you saw these pictures. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're saying that from these pictures, you weren't able to make the determination?
No, I'm not saying that.
But something changed your testimony?
It changed my opinion.
And can you tell me what that was?
Yes, as I said before, well, let me just indicate that to the best of my recollection, that was the first time I was ever asked you asked me at the trial. Since then, I've had many months to to discuss various aspects, to try to think of explanations for certain observations made on this photograph. As a consequence, I have a different opinion on that particular wound.
When you gave your opinion last time, you gave an opinion even after seeing pictures subsequently that your opinion was wrong.
That's correct.
And
well, let me say it could have been wrong.
Now, when you gave the estimate in this case about the wounds, how long someone might have lived, you've indicated that a couple minutes is the most probable that you could give. I mean, that's the range that's most probable. There could be some circumstances where there's an extreme of a half an hour.
Objection, Elisabeth's testimony.
Overruled.
No, I didn't say that a couple minutes was the most probable. I said it ranged from a couple minutes to the extreme of maybe a half hour.
So you can't say your answer, you would not be able to answer that question. We're probably talking about a matter of a few minutes. I mean, at least a minute or two. It could have been longer. You can't answer like that. You have to say that it's between a minute and a half an hour.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, when you're asked a question, how long would a person live? Would you start by saying that it matter of a few minutes, at least a minute or two, and it could have been longer? Or are you saying that that's not really true? It's between 1 minute and a half hour?
Well, in my own mind, I don't quite understand the difference.
Okay. When someone asks you how long something can happen, if it ranges for 1 minute to 30 minutes, normally people say 1 to 30 rather than it's probably 1 or 2, but maybe longer. Isn't that right?
I don't recall. I said it was probably 1 or 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay. Reading your preliminary hearing testimony, I'm referring to page 154.
This dude a Red Bull. He's about to fall asleep.
Page 154, a question that was asked, the range of time, and then your answer is on page 155.
Read it yourself.
Yeah, you can read it to yourself.
Okay.
You were just asked a question about how long someone would live, is that correct?
Right. I'm sorry, I was confused about the previous questions. I thought you were asking me what I had stated earlier in this.
Preliminary hearing, when you were asked a question, your answer was not 1 to 30 minutes, but probably 1 to 2 minutes.
That's not the testimony, Your Honor.
Well, probably we're talking about a matter of a few minutes. I mean, at least 1 or 2. It could have been longer. could have been several minutes. Not likely the more to be a half an hour. An hour would be the extreme maximum. Remember that answer?
Yes.
So you
Okay. Sorry, guys. We're gonna stop after this witness, though. And then come back this afternoon for the Donna Adelson trial.
saying probably a minute or two, is that correct? Or a few minutes?
The answer speaks for itself. I'll read the answer again. That wasn't what it said. Or did the answer again?
Well, probably we're talking about a matter of a few minutes. I mean at least a minute or two. It could have been longer. Could have been several minutes. Not likely to be more than, half an hour. An hour would be the extreme maximum. That was your testimony then, is that correct?
Yes.
You indicated there was a small amount of blood that was in the stomach of Mr. Daniel Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a person living, a person might be unconscious immediately, is that correct? And still live?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any way of knowing whether these people were conscious or unconscious immediately, do you?
That's correct.
Okay. And even when someone's unconscious, they continue to breathe, is that correct?
Assuming they're not dead, yes.
Okay. And so what we're talking about for the amount of blood that you found in the stomach, with indication the person swallowed once or twice?
Possibly, yeah.
A lot more than that, or?
Well, no, it didn't appear to be a lot.
Okay. And the breathing the person did as far as mixing the amount of blood, that could, something that could happen in a very short period of time, within a minute or two, is that correct?
Yes.
Even the amount that you saw in the photo, even assuming there could be 10 or 20% more foam, we're still talking can happen in a minute or two. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Can you show the angles of entry in a body? We're talking about during a period of time. This is where the bullet entered, and this is how it exited. Is that correct? Am I making? When a bullet enters the body and goes through it like that, you're not able to tell necessarily where somebody was standing, where they fired the gun, just by the autopsy itself, and where someone was standing when they were hit, and you were laying or sitting.
No, I mean, not without knowing where the gun was when it went off.
Okay, so somebody, when they are moving, they may be turning around, they may be thinking, but half of the bullet shows where the bullet hit in that second of time. The body.
Right, I can tell the body.
Bullets, sometimes the bones will deflect past the bullets.
Sometimes, yes.
Ribs, less likely. As the bones get thicker, they better chance of it.
Right.
Okay, so I take it there's a difference between the sternum and the ribs as to which one may deflect a path and which one may not.
Well, there's a little bit of difference. The sternum is a little bit thicker than the ribs.
And the shoulder blade?
Shoulder blade.
Depending on what the deflect or the speed of the bullet, can it not?
I'm sorry.
Depending on how you indicated that a bullet, when it goes through the body, how far it travels outside the body. Sometimes it's just how much energy is absorbed by the body.
Right.
Okay. I take a lot of energy and goes to the body and it's still traveling very fast and goes into a wall. Less chance of being deflected than one that's slowed down considerably in the body, almost to the point of stopping. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was your opinion that, at least now it's your opinion, that at least on Daniel Broderick, you feel that the wound is not a through and through wound?
No, I didn't mean to say that. What I meant to say is that it could have been either way.
I have no questions at this point.
How long are you going to be, Mr. Burkhoff?
It might be a little bit. This might be a good time.
All right, we'll take our evening recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the admonition, and also please remember not to look for yourself on television or read about yourself in the paper. See you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening. Mr. Earle, I believe you had completed your cross, but you want to reopen. Is that correct?
Just for very briefly, you indicated that the wound to the back of the head would be one that would stop voluntary movement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would that stop breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And so I take it the person wouldn't speak out, wouldn't make any noise.
That's correct.
Okay. The person wouldn't sneeze.
Correct.
Cough.
No.
Okay. And the person wouldn't be breathing at that point.
For all practical purposes, I mean, she may take a breath or two, but that's about it.
Okay. You indicated that there was some abrasions on Mr. Broderick that you saw in his hands. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell what those are from?
No.
And I have no further questions.
Mr. Burkhoff, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Swalwell, these abrasions that the defense lawyer just talked about, were they fresh?
They appear to be, yes.
And those are the abrasions on the back of Daniel Broderick's hands?
Yes.
Now, yesterday it was suggested that you had somehow changed your testimony from that given in the last trial. Remember that part of the questioning?
Yes.
Sustained.
Can you tell us, enlighten us a little bit of whether or not you did change your testimony?
Your Honor, objection argument. Not calls for conclusion.
Sustained. Just rephrase it, Mr. Burkhoff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you changed your testimony in this case?
I'm not sure if I've changed my testimony. I said that I changed my opinion.
What is that, sir?
Well, that was an unfortunate choice of words, but I wanted to clarify something that was brought up before.
Who brought that up before? What was that?
I'm talking about an answer that I gave in the previous trial.
Okay. And now you're telling us you want to clarify that?
Yes, in light of the question that came up this time.
Why do you feel you need to clarify it?
Because there was some misunderstanding or that my answer might have implied something that did not.
No objection. Motion to strike.
Proper redirect, Your Honor.
Overruled. Answer stands. Go ahead.
And can you clarify that for us, Doctor?
Okay. The question was about the exit wound on Mr. Broderick. And the original question was one of whether it was a through-and-through kind of injury where the bullet continued on out through the body, or whether it was a situation where the bullet had a small tear and then later came out time. Because it didn't make a small tear, was that it went through, I believed it went through and kept on going. What I did not intend to imply by that is the possibility that the bullet might have come out partway and then fallen out shortly thereafter.
Look at the photograph of the exit wound here. For the record, I'm showing the doctor People's Exhibit 22, and on that photograph B, 22. Pointing to the exit wound in Daniel Broderick's shoulder, can you explain to the jury why you believe that was a through-and-through wound?
Well, because it's a fairly large hole, measured about a half of an inch. And obviously, at the autopsy, there's no bullet in him, so the bullet did go out at this point in time.
Here to the margins of the exit wound and come out at a later time?
Yes, I've seen instances where bullets partially exit. I mean, they're halfway sticking out of the skin, and they may or may not fall out all the way at some later point.
You have no way of knowing what happened in this particular case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you look at any other photographs other than what might have been that particular photograph you just looked at of the exit shown to the jury?
I don't believe so. What I saw were different magnifications of those same pictures, and what confused me was that the photograph I remember seeing was actually a smaller photograph, but the magnification was the same or larger.
So again, Doctor, referring to People's 22 photograph, you're saying you still looked at the same photograph of this particular exit wound?
Yes.
It might have been enlarged, is that?
Well, it might have been larger, but the actual photograph itself was small, and that's why I was confused about when you say bigger or smaller, you're talking about the size of the photograph or the size of the magnification.
In other words, the photograph might have been cropped down to cut out the rest of the body and just keep the wound itself. Is that what we're talking about?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Is this possible that the bullet might have adhered to the margins of the exit wound in Daniel Broderick's shoulder? Change in any regard, you're telling me about the path wound?
No.
Or its fatal nature?
No.
Or anything you testified about that particular bullet wound?
No.
Is that wound anybody at any time requested or just want to change your opinion in this case?
No.
Now, counsel talked about the emergency response or the flight or fight syndrome. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think so.
Applying that to Linda Broderick after she was shot in the back of the head, would she have been capable of any flight or fight response?
No, she would have become unconscious, so she would not be capable of that.
There would be no emergency response?
Well, in the sense of her doing something, no.
And when counsel talked about some reflexive movement, I think were his words, can you comment on whether or not after Linda Broderick was shot in the back of the head, whether she would be capable of any major muscular movements that would have changed her body position?
No, when I'm talking about reflexes, I'm talking about like muscular reflexes, twitches, that kind of thing, but that would not be sufficient enough to actually move the position of the body.
Counsel also talked about somebody running, being shot, and then continuing to run. Do you remember that scenario?
Yes.
Was there any running that you could see what was done in this particular homicide?
Not to my knowledge.
Not at least these two victims, would that be correct?
Right.
And indeed, if somebody was running and they were shot, they would drop to the ground?
Yes.
They could run a little bit?
Well, what we're talking about is they may take another step or two before they fall.
And that would just be their momentum, just carrying them forward. Would that be
Right.
accurate?
Yes.
Now, when it was brought up there was a little amount of blood in Daniel Broderick's stomach, does that indicate how long or how quickly he died after he was shot back?
No.
Does that indicate how long or quickly he died? How long he might have lived or how quickly he died?
No, not specifically.
Now, the bullet paths that counsel talked about, you examined all three bullet paths, the two through Linda Broderick and the one through Daniel Broderick, did you not?
Yes.
And you testified that it's possible that bone may deflect bullets, is that correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, was there any indication whatsoever that any bone deflected these three bullets from their normal path?
No.
Why is that, sir?
Well, first of all, bullet deflection usually occurs only in the heavier bones or when the bullet is at a severe angle to the bone so that it doesn't actually penetrate it, it deflects off of it. In this case, I traced the path of the bullets in all three cases, from the entrance to the exit, through the organs and tissues that the bullet went through. There's no indication that it went other than a straight line through the body. The bones that were ribs and sternum were not the kind of bones usually they just went straight through the bone.
And that would be the same for the scapula or the shoulder blade that was penetrated?
Yes, the scapula is actually very thin in that area that it went through.
Thank you. No further questions. Recross. You indicated there was an abrasion on Mr. Broderick's ankle, is that correct?
There was, I don't...
But one of the you saw an abrasion, one of them was on his ankle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was one of the fresh abrasions?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not able to give any time limit, whether it was an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, were you?
No.
And it's possible that, for instance, an abrasion might have came from hitting the nightstand when you fell off the bed.
It's possible, sure.
Now, also, you testified that you are a medical doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So terms to you are fairly specific, aren't they? I mean...
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. So there's a difference between somebody falling in momentum and just all of a sudden falling and moving their legs and taking a couple of steps, isn't there? I mean, that's muscular movement. It takes a fair amount of muscular movements, muscles pulling and muscles going, for a foot to go from front to back, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not saying now, you're not denying the fact that somebody can get shot in that area and still take 1 or 2 steps, are you?
No, I wasn't trying to deny that.
Okay. You indicated that there was another photograph of larger location. Did you bring that photograph with you?
I don't believe that was his testimony, Your Honor.
You can answer the question.
No.
Did you, last night when you got off the stand, did you have a meeting with the district attorney?
I talked to the DA as we were leaving.
Did the attorney show you any photographs that would be a smaller photograph than this, but larger magnification?
No.
Did you go look in your materials for a photograph that was smaller than that, but of larger magnification, so you could show it to us?
No, I don't have possession of any such photos.
Okay. And doctor, I take it that in the field of pathology, the best evidence that lets you see what a wound is actually examining the body itself, rather than looking at photographs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you, I take it, examined the body before you came and testified, did you? And sometime in the past, you've examined this body.
Right, at the time I did the autopsy, sure.
Okay. And at the time of the autopsy, one of the functions of a forensic pathologist look at wounds, make some determinations as whether it's a through and through, whether it was one that broke the skin, whether the bullet's been removed some other way. That's one of the functions of a...
You don't have to ask him if he knows what a medical examiner is supposed to do. Jeez.
Forensic pathologist, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so when you examine the body itself, that's one of the things that you have in mind so that you can give an opinion as to whether it's a through and through or whether it's the kind of wound where the bullet might have lodged and came out. Is that correct?
Yes, except for the fact that I'm not aware of distinguishing an observation of the wound.
That it was a through and through, didn't you?
Yes, and I'm not denying that.
Okay. And, well, you didn't say it could be a through and through. You said, in your opinion, it's a through and through wound with the bullet continuing to travel. That was your words, weren't they?
No, that was the question.
You answered yes.
And I said yes because it was posed as an either or. Either that or it made a small tear and came out at a later point in time.
And so then you had those both choices at the time and you picked a through and through wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying that the pictures that you looked at that you haven't found yet, right? You haven't seen those pictures again.
No, I haven't seen any again.
Those pictures gave you a different impression and a different answer than the evidence that you had from viewing the body itself.
No, I didn't say that. I said in discussing it and looking at pictures that another possibility, and I didn't want to imply that that was not possible.
What does it matter?
Who did you discuss it with?
What does it matter if it was a through and through or if it just barely pierced the skin enough for the bullet to fall out at a later date? Like when it was when the body was transferred or whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is that she shot him. I don't understand. It's close enough to be a through and through. If there was a tear in the skin enough that a bullet fell out during transport, you might as well say that's a through and through. It's close enough. I mean, she still shot the man. What difference does it make? Am I being obtuse?
This was a discussion with the DA and another forensic expert.
Who's the other forensic expert?
Mr. Paul Dougherty.
Okay. And when did this discussion take place?
Exact date.
Your Honor, again, I would ask if we could have the picture produced so that I can ask him about it. Your Honor, he has the picture. There's no different picture. He's testified that there's a different picture.
Yes.
Go ahead,
We
Mr.
can
Baldwin.
approach sidebar.
Sure.
We're willing to give any pictures to counsel.
Well, I will label this point. Again,
Yeah.
And it's been trimmed down, and it might have been somewhat larger, but we're not talking about a different view, different.
Right. The photograph was a different size, but with a magnification.
Now, in the we had this matter when the defense lawyer asked you an either-or question, gave you two responses. Did that cause some difficulty?
At the time,
At any time.
well, as I said later on, I realized that might have been misleading.
Why would it be misleading?
Well, because it's an either-or question and it didn't consider all the possibilities of what might have happened.
Okay, can you answer his question now, fully and completely?
Well, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. It's obvious that the bullet came out. This is an exit wound. It's not a small wound as far as gunshot wounds go. It is most likely that the bullet went through and it continued, but it's also a possibility that the bullet hung up on the skin as it was coming out and didn't come out right away, that it may have come out a short time thereafter.
And as a forensic pathologist, you've seen that happen in small percentage of cases?
Yes, this is a rather fairly rare phenomenon. I mean, most gunshot wounds, they either go all the way through or they stay in the body.
And the choice they gave you in the last hearing that it either came all the way through and kept on going, or caused only a small tear and came out at a later time. Why would that second alternative?
I mean, the reason why I responded that way is because I don't consider this a small tear, so obviously that wasn't correct.
So you looked at photograph B, and this does not appear to be a small tear?
No, it's a half an inch long. I don't consider that small, although it is narrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay. Oh, Kim's up next. I wonder how long it is. Come on, hell. Oh, it's almost 3 hours long. Nope. Nope. We won't be doing that today. Okay, so. StreamYard. Hello, StreamYard. It's time to wake up now. Yay! There I am. Okay. So we're gonna stop now. They are at sidebar. They're still in jury selection, but they're at sidebar during jury selection. I'm not sure what time opening statements are going to start. They're almost done with jury selection. Apparently after lunch, but they're not at lunch yet. They're still in jury selection. So just make sure that you have your notifications turned on, because I'm not sure what time they're going to start. I heard 3, but that only gives them an hour, which could be a good thing. That only gives them like an hour apiece. So if they do start at 3, that's good. Because we won't get 2 or 3 hour long openings from each side. But I am going to be here live, gavel to gavel, like always. So, make sure you have your notifications turned on. And in the morning, we will hear, today's Wednesday, right? Is today Wednesday? No, today's Thursday. right? Today's Thursday. Yeah. I'm confused because the trial was supposed to start on Friday. Yeah, today's Thursday. So tomorrow we will start Kim's testimony. However, we won't be able to finish it because it's 3 hours long. As well it should be, because I'm sure she's got the dirt on her mom. So we will start that tomorrow, and we will try to finish it by the end of next week. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get through 3-hour testimony between the technical difficulties and doing the live trial, but we'll make it work. We always do. Thank you guys so much for being here, and I hope to see you in the afternoon stream for the opening statements of the Donald Adelson trial, the matriarch mastermind murder trial. So I'm so glad you guys were here. Please join me this afternoon. And remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great afternoon. I love y'all.